Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live on this Monday morning. Joining me in studio, our senior economist Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
And joining us on the big screen, our senior market strategist, the one and only Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Deli. Good morning, Shai. It's another glorious day down here on the island, and I am ready to go.
You're always ready to go, Jimmy. I wasn't ready to go. I got things going on here. I just finished my espresso. Let's go. It's Monday morning, everybody. Let's pick it up. And I'm talking about myself here. Good morning, Chad. How's everyone doing? We've got Cooper in here. We've got Trading Poker Rob. We got Adam, my Serona. We got Brad. We've got, let's see, I got the poll blocking me. So we got, make sure you vote in that poll. 20 votes already. We got Paulie, Grote DT, and I guarantee, yep, he's there. Engineer Bear, my guy. My guy, always. So this morning, we got JB733, Stock Pursuit. Leo's in here this morning. Good morning, Leo. What's going on, everybody? You know, we've got a market that has just bid again. Hey, you know, if you're long, it's awesome, right? You know, I like checking my portfolio every week because, you know, I let them handle that, a lot of that. Because I couldn't stay long in this market. Let's face it, it's not been the easiest. You know, last week I talked about it. I bought some puts. Thankfully, a small position. You know, I bought some 62.70 puts. I paid $49.50 for them. I ended up selling them at like 16 something and 10. I ended up getting out of them when they closed just above 63.04. I fought it just for a little bit, and I went into the overnight session, and they just kept going down. I'm like, well, yeah, at some point you got to get out of these, buddy. You know, thankfully I did. You know, I'm not fighting shorts, but it's hard to be in a market that just doesn't rotate really much at all. I know for short-term day traders, which is what most of the people are doing here, you're getting some rotations. But, man, they're so narrow. You know, and then this morning you've got gold getting bid, bonds getting bid, ETH is getting bid again. I bought spot ETH this weekend on the Kraken app.
All right.
Shout out to Kraken. So I did do that.
Gold up.
It's only got to rally, you know, like $10 for me to get back my S&P position. But no, I think I'm gonna start buying spot ETH. I'll talk about that a little bit. I mean, I say $10 it was more like, you know, $100. But all joking aside, I think ETH is actually an opportunity. You guys have been on this. I looked at my chart on my weekly. I'm like, I think ETH can go to 5,000. Crypto just remains in play. I mean, look at Bitcoin again this morning. Futures are up 0.5%. Like I said, ETH is up 7%. A lot of things up against the dollar. You know, the only thing that's kind of flat out there, not doing much, is crude oil. It's sitting just below $66. Natural gas, Widowmaker's down 4.5% this morning, but
Shocker.
that's natural gas. But nonetheless, that's kind of a little bit of insight into Monday. Not any real data today, is there, Shai?
No, we do not have any data today. So
None.
Quiet day, none.
Yeah, and then we got earnings though. We got earnings.
So we do have earnings this week. The important ones are going to be on Wednesday after the close. We have Google and Tesla. On Thursday after the close, we have Intel, and then on Tuesday before the bell, we have all the defense stocks: Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, and Raytheon.
Yeah. And, you know, we talked about this last week. I think this is an important point right now, is understand that this is kind of really another moment for the tape to continue to push higher. All of the earnings, not all of them, again, there's so many of them, but a lot of the big names, earnings have not come in, or expectations have been lowered because of what was happening. Everyone was so worried about tariffs. Now you've got a lot of opportunities to beat. I see this really, we've had people on this show talk about it. We've also had people talk about it. I've been seeing it on social media. And it's kind of like, look at low volume, low volatility, you know, middle of the summer. Harder to believe it's still, because we're in Florida, it always feels like we're in the middle of the summer, but it is technically the middle of the summer. You know, and nothing really wants to go down. I mean, it just seems like we just keep creeping higher.
Absolutely. And, you know, part of that was overnight we did have some news. There was a big election in Japan. We kind of started on a negative territory when we first opened up Sunday after the close. It came back. It was kind of a disappointing election for Japan's head Shiba, but he did squeak a buy, and he said he would stay on to finish the U.S. trade goods negotiation, and we did see the Nikkei and the U.S. futures rise on that.
Yeah. Again, taking anything they can, the buyers, and running with it. And, I mean, the dollar this morning is something I think we're going to continue to talk about every day. But the dollar this morning, everything is up it's down again. Euro's up. And it just feeds this beast right now. I mean, we'll go to you, Jimmy. Overnight session, you hear me talk about it. I kind of gave a little bit of a look across the board. What are you seeing in markets coming into this Monday morning?
Yeah, I mean, my focus is diverted to anything but the stock index futures. I mean, you did mention nat gas. That thing is moving like crazy. Silver is moving like crazy. Remember last week, Dan Grams has said, hey, we're going to get $40. We're kind of driving to that level as well. And then you look at the cryptocurrency futures at the CME, all four of them are just ripping. So it doesn't look like there's any end in sight, by the way, on some of those. Solana, which is new on my radar screen's up 7.73%. So a lot of these other, and I hate to call them alternative markets because they're not alternative markets. They're real markets that we should be looking at. They are moving. And pretty nicely as well. But one of the other things that struck me was I'm monitoring the Euro FX really closely. And we had that huge run up and a real textbook retracement back almost to the 38.1%. Not quite. I'm going to cover it more on the Edge report. And now we're inching back up again. So that's going to be an important kind of driver for me because it kind of tells me what's going on with the U.S. dollar, which affects everything.
No, yeah, I mean, you're right, Jimmy. And getting back, to the, cryptocurrency futures. I mean, I guess I'm kind of old school, but it's hard for me to get into these newer crypto futures. Although I do think they're growing on me, especially when indexes are getting really much slower. The ETH, like I said, I bought spot this weekend, but I actually think I'm gonna start looking at the futures. I've not traded much ETH futures in the past. I've actually traded Bitcoin futures a bunch of times. I've not traded ETH futures. I think beyond Bitcoin is where I'm starting to get like, okay, do I start getting into these other futures markets? Because like Jimmy said, they're moving.
Well, and there's micros on those too, which is great. And they're actually, the volume is higher in those than the minis, actually, than the regular contract. And what we're seeing so far, I mean, we're seeing volume in Ether much higher than we're seeing volume in Bitcoin at this point. So these are really starting to gain some traction. XRP is rather new, and so is Solana, but we're also seeing those numbers rise too. So good markets.
There was a time I was like kind of knee deep in ETH, and I owned a bunch of it, probably more than I should have at the time. I was buying NFTs. I was doing all sorts of stuff. I actually owned they were horses that were NFTs. Me and my buddy Tom Canfield owned those, and we were just playing with that. So we had to buy a bunch of ETH. I mean, I had quite a bit of them, quite a bit of ETH. Then I got out of all of it, and I look at the chart. ETH went all the way back down. Now it's getting back up. It's coming back in play. And again, with this administration, crypto's in play. I actually did a deep dive this weekend. I was on ChatGPT, and I was looking at, okay, what's close to ETH that else I could buy? So I bought this other crypto called ARB. I mean, just telling you, that's what I'm doing.
Gotta get you on the XRP train.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever traded XRP. I'm sure I traded it at one point. I haven't traded it as of late. I've not traded Solana that much, I do know. But I look at the ETH chart, and look, it's done nothing for years. It's coming back into play in this administration. I think ETH is going to be pretty busy. It's actually become more of a focal point for me. I hope I'm not, hurting all the longs right now by coming in a little bit late. No, but I did. I bought some spot. That's the one thing about spot is that like when you buy it, it's like I was joking. I'm like, it's got a real. I bought some at like 3,700. I bought some in the mid 3,600s this weekend as well in spot. And I was like, okay, I'll just continue to buy a little bit of spot here and there. And it doesn't get your juices flowing like it does like when you have an S&P trade on or a NASDAQ trade, right? And so I think that, again, that's been the good thing for me with crypto is that I've had some decent winners in it, but I also haven't gotten killed. So I've kind of stayed relatively around, the flat line when I've done it, which I'm actually pretty thankful for. The NFTs I had, that was a whole nother kind of story. Maybe one day we'll dive into that one. Me and Canny did that. But I think that's where the volatility is and the action. I mean, Jimmy, what's the volumes like just overnight in equity indexes. I don't even have volumes up on my chart. I never even really look at them. I'm curious, is there much even going on?
No, not really. I mean, the mini S&P has done about 68,000, and we're on pace. As we've seen this kind of lower level for the last week or so coming into the open, and it's just been a slow kind of overnight volume action. In the mini S&P, we saw. We're kind of sideways. We have a double distribution actually on the volume profile, and we saw that a London initial balance, boom, really gave us a little elevation to that second distribution where we're trading at right now, and so we did get up to that the new JAX 1 level, which is 6350. So, but from a volume point of view, it's kind of all right. It's not going to set my hair on fire, to be honest with you, and I think all the stock index futures are following that suit.
I do want to talk about the bond market being up again. The ZB is up almost a full point this morning, Shai. Is there anything kind of in the background going on with this?
The headlines kind of just read about the bond market is that that they're getting bid, no real reason why. They haven't really been talking about it that much on the wires this morning, other than pretty much that they are up today, and that is about it for the moment.
No, like Besant news or Trump news or anything coming out?
Well, Besant was on CNBC this morning, and he talked about trade with the EU, because all weekend they were talking about how the EU is racing to secure a trade deal, but they're preparing for the worst with the U.S., and they're looking at all these countermeasures on the U.S., and it looks like, you remember Trump sent out a letter saying that it was 30%. It's looking more like it'll end up being 15 to 20%. We had Letnick on the wires earlier this morning that said August 1st is the deadline. Again, we'll see if that's true or not. And then we had Besant on the wire saying he's hoping that things don't have to get ugly with the Europeans. We're looking to get a deal with them. He talked a little bit about talking to China about a trade deal with them, brought up the fact that he might talk about Iranian sanctions with them and Russian oil imports with them. We'll see what happens. Crude didn't react at all. And pretty much, he talked a little bit about firing Powell. He said, we'll have to examine the whole Fed institution. Powell's out in May, but we do have another position coming up in January, so we'll see what happens with that. It seems like he's trying to run interference. Remember, we had that Wall Street Journal article out last week that basically said Besant was telling Trump not to fire Powell, and then, of course, Trump came back and said that the article was false, but not surprising. So he said, I guess a quote, "People don't explain to me, I explain to them." So have it what you will on that one. So basically, that is the big basically what Besant has been saying all morning on CNBC on that interview.
Yeah. Again, the bond market to me has just been very range bound. I don't take too much out of one day move, although it is up a full point, right, Jimmy? I mean, that's the thing is, that's a decent move. If you look at what's happening across the board, not a lot of activity besides crypto. And again, 30-year bonds up a full point is nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah, I'm looking at my daily chart. We have a long-term anchored VWAP that we're just about to tap coming from the downside right now. So we're kind of at an important level, I think. But, we're still, cash yields are still just slightly below that 5 level also. So if you think of it that way, you're right. It's not that much going on, but we do have a pretty decent-sized green candle today after a couple of up days.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Shai, preview our guest this morning.
So this morning we have David Cervantes. He is founder of Pine Brook Capital Management. He's a macro guy. He's got a great Substack, Pine Brook Cap. And so we're going to be talking to him about markets in general and kind of what's going on in the macro world and what he's looking at.
Yeah, I like David a lot. I subscribe to his note. I get it. and he's really, really good. I'm excited to speak with him, see if he could shed some light on what's happening in markets coming into this week. So great guest. And before we get to David, it's Edge Report time. All right, everybody, it's about that time. Take it away, Jimmy.
All right, let's start with the Euro FX versus the US dollar. I have a daily candle chart up right now, and really we had a really nice rally, relatively orderly with some pauses in the middle, starting from May 12th. And we just kind of rallied up to that turnaround doji, and then we had an orderly sell-off. I mean, there was nothing too extravagant here. We did break through that 8 EMA and that 21 EMA temporarily. Almost got to the 38.1% retracement, didn't quite get there, and now we're kind of bumping back up again above the 8 and 21 EMA and above the 23.6%. So right now, from a casual glance, well, this looks like a regular textbook kind of retracement, and maybe we're back going to move up to the upside. So the dollar, what this tells me is, this is kind of a benchmark to me. Dollar's weaker across all the major currency pairs as well. Even the Japanese yen caught a bid. Remember, we had that election that Tracy just mentioned, so that one moved up pretty nicely. And there are some interesting levels as well, some mentor Q levels. I really like this one-day max level. They have this one-day max calculation here, 1.17240 for the bulls. I'm going to keep my eye on that. And on the downside, we do have that red line there, that 0 DTE call resistance and gamma wall. I think those are the two most important levels right now on an intraday. Really nice volume profile, though. Don't discard this point of control if we do get a little bit of a sell-off here in the Euro FX. Let's shoot over to Ether, though. I mean, all of these cyber, or I guess, what are they called? Cyber currencies, cryptocurrencies are really, I created my own category, a brand new category here on my chart. Let's pull up Ether, and this is the micro Ether. It's a really nice market to trade. Look at this parabolic just rise up. From this low point here, I just did a rough measurement. That was back on the 23rd of June. We're up. I got to adjust it. We're going up more. We're up 76.5%. This was a huge, huge move up. And to Tracy's point also, 106,000 contracts traded already. So this is more than the E-mini S&P has done so far today. So this is a really terrific market. Intraday, we're going to keep our eyes on this and start talking about it a lot more in the coming days. Let's shoot over to the other big mover, Nat Gas. Nat gas is ate my fib line. I got to move my fib line over. A nice kind of sell off here on Nat Gas. Rally back up again. Checking my fibs. Yeah, we closed above that 38. I was hopeful that we're going to close above the 50, but we didn't. This is a big gap down today in Nat Gas. We're well below that. All the EMAs, the 50, the 21, the 80 EMA, we're well below that as well. And there's some targets as well. This market's not over with. It looks like it's gone a little bit sideways since, but we just broke above that VWAP here, which a lot of folks are going to be like, aha, we're going to close that gap on the upside. So there's that one-day max target again, 3.43. We have Jacks 2 all the way up at 3.45. And if we get a turn around the downside, there's a lot of empty space down here. You get all the way down to that 0 DTE high vol level at 3.30. So we'll see. Decent volume profile, though, actually. Kind of you got to use your imagination a little bit, a couple gaps, and then this big, big sell-off here when we opened up immediately. But that point of control is at 3.39. So that's a target as well, possibly. So let's keep moving here. Let's get silver into the mix here. I have to find my metals. I'm going to go to September silver, and we'll take a look at the daily chart. And we had a great discussion with Dan Gramza last week. You could go back to the channel and check out that recording. Moving averages here are moving up pretty nicely, and we're kind of walking along that 80 EMA again. Right now the high close, this green candle, this is the highest close that we've seen, and that recently, that I should say. And well, let's just do it scientifically. 39.955. We're approaching that right now with this big move up. And that 40 level is kind of psychological. It's kind of beckoning. It's calling to us. Here I am. Here I am. So this is looking pretty strong right now. And the stochastics unusually are not overbought right now. I mean, we have a crossover actually, and we're still sub 80. So this is looking really strong here. This is a hot market. We have support way down here. We're talking 37.26 intraday. Let me pop those up really quickly here. And we have some really good targets here with the 0 DTE at 39, right by that R2. 1 day max is all the way up here at 39.13. So a lot of nice targets on the upside. Should we get a breakout? The high of the session, 38.93. Well above session VWAP. Silver's on the roll. That is today's Edge report. Back to you, Deli and Shy.
Thank you, Jimmy, and good morning. We've got David Cervantes, and he's the founder of Pine Brook Capital Management. David, how you doing, my friend?
Hey, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing great. Great to have you here today. Monday morning, middle of summer, come in, wake up early. I see the markets are bid. You got gold up. You got bonds, which I think is a standout today when you look at them up almost a full point on the 30s. Crypto's up. Equity index is, surprise, surprise, grinding a little bit higher. Coming into this Monday morning, what's your outlook this week for the markets?
Excuse me. I'm pretty bullish, actually. As you mentioned earlier, we're getting up on earnings season. Only 12% of companies have reported, so we have a lot more to go. But of the ones that have reported, 83% have beat the consensus estimate. So, obviously it's a kind of a wash, rinse, repeat game of lower expectations, lower hurdles, and a beat. But that's the way the market works, and we can't fight it. So, we have some lowered expectations, but the beats are coming in, and that's given the bid to the equity markets. So I'm pretty bullish. This is a really strong start for earnings season.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, you can't fight it, and it's a sweet spot right now. Because let's face it, earnings expectations came in low. We had everything that was going on with tariffs, and if the market would have been a lot lower, or we'd be in a different situation right now, then everyone would look like a genius for lowering expectations. But now you have this market that's grinded higher off of, this low coming off of tariffs, and now you're just in the sweet spot. Low volume, low volatility, expectations come in low while markets back up at highs, and we give it bid through it. I want to go beyond equities, though. I want to talk about the dollar. That seems to be a theme here. We talk about a lot of macro people on this show. A lot of people come in and say that the dollar kind of, really is the story. Weak dollar, long equities, long Bitcoin, long gold. Hard to argue that. What do you think about that?
I think it's just standard business cycle stuff. I mean, and it's a lot of it's driven by interest rates. Everyone's talking about, rates across the world, and the reality is, um, other developed markets have moved up higher and at a faster rate. So they don't necessarily have to be at a higher absolute level. It's their rate of change, what they've moved in a certain given amount of time. And we've seen more upward movement in foreign bond yields, and that's really the core dollar driver. That's really what's been happening. Another dollar driver has been, of course, there was a risk off back in April. The dollar got hit, and there was a lot of that dollar selling was driven by flows, meaning money going home. But now we're seeing money coming back. Now people are buying U.S. equities again, and I'm just seeing more and more news about how much flows have been. I think the tick report TIC put out by the Treasury showing how much capital has come in the last couple of months. So I think that you have this dynamic of foreign rates, and then you've got the foreign flows. But those are the real macro drivers of the dollar, I think.
Do you think we're going to kind of broaden this rally out and kind of include small caps at this point, or not? Obviously, they've been lagging the other markets, but I just wanted kind of your thoughts on the small cap market.
Yeah, so small caps, they're kind of a structurally inferior asset class. And why is that? And the reason is a lot of them are just unprofitable. And what structurally changed the market is private equity. So private equity, in the old days, you're a small growing company, you went public, boom. Now, if you're a high quality growing company, private equity comes in and buys you out. So now, the public markets are kind of like this, bad collection of the washouts that no one wanted, kind of the ugly ducklings no one wanted to dance with at the school dance. So they're just an inferior asset class. They tend to do well coming out of downturns. So and they're basically kind of a high yield bond trade and drag because they're also dependent on a debt financing. So the two things that kind of help small caps are coming out of a downturn and then getting some contraction in bond spreads. Other than that, they're just hard to trade around. They're just a structurally inferior asset, as I said. So to answer your question, what I think about small caps, I think they're still, they're a mean reversion trade. I'm actually kind of bullish U.S. small caps versus European small caps, simply because European small caps are about 3 standard deviations overbought relative to U.S. small caps. But outside of a mean reversion trade like that, they're just not a great set that I like to trade around.
And then I want to also get your thoughts on the precious metals markets right now. Obviously, they've been rallying. Of course, a weaker dollar has helped that some, but I think there's other underlying issues. I want to kind of get your thoughts on that market, on those markets.
I don't trade precious metals, so I don't have any value add. But I just want to go back to your small cap. Something just popped in my head. They're typically on a sectoral basis. Small caps broadly outperform, but there are two sectors within small caps that tend to keep up with their larger cap peers: small cap industrials and small cap consumer staples. Over time, like over 3, 5, 10-year look back windows, those small cap sectors have either been able to keep up or outperform. So, one trade I actually have on is short small caps value and long those two sectors as a trade, just to exploit that historical anomaly. Just want to put something out there for you on the small caps. But yeah, on the precious metals, not really trading that market right now.
I want to stay with you on the small caps for a moment, because coming up in this industry, I always looked at the strongest bull markets are when all of the indexes are working together. Right now, obviously, we have a divergence between the Russell and what's happening in NASDAQ and S&P. You've even seen a lot of divergences between the Dow and S&P and NASDAQ at times. So this tape, as it's going up, there's been some divergences. It's not like it's the cleanest tape on highs, which in some ways I think, is expected, because I understand, what's going on with tariffs is going to impact different sectors accordingly. But is this really sustainable? And if we do not get the small caps going, because I just always wonder, do those small businesses eventually start to bleed out into the consumer, and ultimately, what does that mean for the larger picture of the stock market?
So 2 points. You mentioned the divergence. I agree with you. There's been a strong divergence, and that divergence that I've been playing is, it's kind of a catch-up trade. So we came out of this big sell-off in April. June, small caps outperformed large caps on a month-to-month return basis. So that's kind of a catch-up trade, and that has more to go. But those things have a short shelf life, just because going back to the structural inferiority of the asset class. Now, to your question, is that going to bleed into the broader economy? I don't think so, because again, small caps are no longer really representative of, or they no longer represent what they used to represent, right? And when I was coming up in the industry 20, 30 years ago, they were, the small, up and comers, fast growing, reflecting entrepreneurial dynamism, et cetera, et cetera. Now, that the pool of good companies has gone to private equity. They've been bought out. So again, you're left back with this collection of ugly ducklings that is, unfortunately, that's what they are, and they really don't matter at a macro scale. They're just not really representative or as representative of the broader economy as they used to be, simply because of that shift to private equity. So I think the private equity involvement in small companies has taken the signal value out of the R2K that it used to have 20, 30 years ago.
That's interesting, Shai. Yeah, I mean, that's something that I hadn't really thought about. I appreciate you bringing that to our attention, David,
Absolutely.
because I think that's something that, again, when you come from the industry that we saw and how the small caps were always talked about, that is really the true representation of the U.S. economy, right? And now you're saying that dynamic has changed and it doesn't matter as much. And the reality is the tape tells you it doesn't matter as much. Let's face it. I don't need to go in and be, a macroeconomist to know that the NASDAQ and S&P don't care kind of what the Russell thinks. But it also seems like a lot of times they don't care about what the Dow thinks either. They're just kind of, it's just tech driven. It is what it is. The upside leaders lead the market, and, that's what the indexes are following.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and it's just,
absolutely. I kind of want to
go ahead, Pierce.
finish your comment, then I'll ask you the question.
No, it's just. I think that's a really good point that Delhi brings up is really just the loss of the signal value in what the index is doing. The indices are going to do what they're going to do, and there is information embedded in prices. It's just a question of how do you weigh that information? How much of your attention? How much of that information lives rent free in your head? And I think for RQKs, it should be close to zero. They just really don't matter.
And then I wanted to get your thoughts on the bond market. Obviously, we've had a lot of banks. We've had PIMCO. We've had JP Morgan. We've had Grendalock. Everybody has said sell duration. Nobody wants duration. So do we get a bounce here? Do you think we have further to go on the downside? What are your thoughts here on, say, the long end versus the short end?
So I think we've been range bound, and I think we're going to continue to be range bound pending the outcome of two things. I think on the inflation, bonds are basically just an inflation growth play, right? So on the inflation side, everyone is thinking about tariffs. When is it going to hit? And I think that's the wrong way to frame it. It really, it's gonna. That's priced in. What's happening is going to kind of come out in a wash. The real signal is, and pardon the looks at a helicopter over here on my house. The real inflationary signal is going to be in the energy markets, electricity. So back in June, the PJM interconnection on the national electrical grid which services about 60 million customers across the Midwest and the East Coast. They had a 20% price increase. Okay, now energy doesn't go into the core inflation numbers that get calculated, right? Core excludes food and energy, but businesses are going to be having, someone's got to pay for it, right? So they're going to pass those costs along. It's unclear how that price hike affects each individual enterprise, but everyone's got their own cost structure, their own revenue structure. And if there's a general, energy price shock, it's going to go somewhere. And I think in the next few months, we will start to see, prices that are in core measures start to move up. In other words, if you're a restaurant owner, that's services, and you got to pay. If your electricity bill goes up, well, you got to pass it on to your customers. If you're whatever business, it's going to get passed up, or your margins are getting affected. So we're going to start seeing some inflationary impulse that a lot of people aren't really talking about. Tariffs that's an old story. It's really the inflationary action is going to be in the energy markets and how that filters through in the next few months. And that takes a while because, again, it's not directly calculated in the core inflation measures. On the growth side, the economy is definitely going to be slowing. I think a recession is off the table for this calendar year. A lot of the hard data, a lot of the soft data is bad, and it has been filtering in through to the hard data. I do think the unemployment rate is going to start ticking up a little bit. I don't think a lot, but we will have a kind of a stagflationary, little bump there. Now, it's not necessarily a bad thing. The markets are looking past that. Markets are saying, okay, fine, we'll have maybe a couple of quarters of weaker growth and higher inflation than we want, but it's going to get worked out, and we're just going to ignore it and keep on keeping on. But going back to your question, the bond market, I think that it's these two kind of tug of war between the growth and inflation matrix that needs to get figured out, and we just don't have enough information on it yet.
Now, we've got less than a minute left. I just want to get your thoughts on President Trump and Powell. Do you think that there's a chance that he gets rid of Powell? And if so, what would that mean for markets? And if not, what would it mean for markets if we continue to have Powell?
So The answer is I think it's a very, nothing's a zero, but I think it's a very, very low probability that Powell is forced out. It's just very hard to do institutionally and legally. And given that his term is up early mid next year, it's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. Now, if it were to happen, I think all bets are off. I think we've had an amazing inflation targeting regime from the central bank, and I think that hard-earned credibility that's been earned over 40 years could go to zero really quick, and we'd have an unanchoring of inflation expectations. It would be a disaster. It would not be a good thing. So, and I think if he stays, I think it's just status quo, no big change. But that's the real black swan if he were to get pushed out.
David Cervantes, everybody. Can't thank you enough, David. Been following his stuff for a long time. Had you on the Futures Radio Show podcast. Everybody, go follow what David is doing on X. The link will be in the chat. Check out what he's doing with his Substack. David's the real deal. David, thank you so much for joining us today.
Hey, thanks for having me. It's great to be here.
I'm glad that he stayed on the Russell for a lot today because, you know what? Again, it doesn't matter what we think. It's also interesting, I should say this. It depends on where you come in the market, right? Like, where are you in the timeline of when you come into the market? Like, when I first came into the markets in the mid-'90s, the Dow theory was like the thing. Right. Remember people used to talk about transports? Not anymore, right? Then, as I evolved, then people, talking about, we got to make sure that you watch the Russell. And you start learning from other people and saying, I understand. And I would see the markets all go up together and you'd have this, bull market that would be, a lot cleaner when all the indexes were working together. And then when you had divergence, it was a lot of times a sign of the tops. Now, again, goes back to, doesn't matter what I think about what that is. The markets move past that Russell that Russell theory, if we call it. I mean, the Russell is just totally separate from the other indexes, and the market just is so fixated on the NASDAQ. Not to say it's wrong for doing that, but it's just like
it works until it doesn't.
Yeah, and it's just interesting, because it as a short-term day trader, what's that good for? It helps you understand really the market environment. And again, it's like the NASDAQ, S&P. It may feel like we're in nosebleed seats, but maybe not. I mean, we could be, the middle of the stadium somewhere. We could be, only halfway up. And because when you look at everything else, you might be seeing signs and say, well, I look at the Russell, I look at this, and you see divergence. And that just may not matter.
It may not.
Yeah.
But, it's interesting that he does like industrials and consumer staples. So that was kind of a nice tip there. Yeah.
And again, steady as she goes with this ship right now. Today, again, it's like I look at everything. It's like, it's just we're just in a sweet spot in the market, mid-July. And I thought the earnings expectation thing was also something important to point out, because if we were in middle of July and S&P's been trading 4,500 and they had all the expectations, where they were right now, we're lower in expectations, everyone looks like a genius. But it worked out perfectly, actually, because now we're at highs, low volume, low volatility, earnings expectations are low, and everyone sees a beat, and everyone just goes,
oh, yay.
Auto buy. Yeah.
Oh, yay.
So anyway, I know a lot of news coming out, but we know that you'll remain in chat and keep everybody informed throughout the day of any new headlines that may arise.
Absolutely. You never know.
No, you never know. All right, Shai, thank you so much. All right, everybody. Next up, we have Patrick Peterson from Mentor Q. Good morning, Patrick.
Good morning, and thank you for having me here. So it's a big pleasure for me. Hello, welcome.
It's great to have you here. Fabio's somebody I've gotten to know over the last couple of years, Mentor Q. He's become a good friend of mine. Love everything that you guys are doing over there. I heard nothing but great things from you, Patrick.
Thank you.
From Fabio, and excited to speak with you this morning about what you're seeing in markets.
So what I'm seeing in the market is mostly the unseen. So you think people looking often to the market, they have all the levels plotting there. So if I'm looking into my screen and people have the pivot points, they have all these indicators, they have the Fibonacci, they're often not seeing the unseen. So that's why personally I was developing the blind spot. So if we're looking now to gold and we see the mentor Q gamma levels end of the day, we see, all right, we are now above call resistance. Gamma was the UDT, 1 day max. We have GEX 5, we have GEX 2, but so I'm a huge fan of the blind spots. I was developing the blind spots together with Mentor Q, and I believe that blind spots supporting the gamma levels. So every time when you see on your chart that you have blind spots supporting the gamma levels, there we have strong reflection points. So there's a high concentration. And last but not least, so what I mean with people not seeing the full picture. So if we now bring all things together, so what is really important also for gold to track? So we have the GLD ETF, who we can convert with Mentor Q to GZ1 to the futures. We have also the 6A Forex futures we can convert this to GZ1. And then we see really the bigger picture. And what I mean with seeing the unseen is, if you were seeing this cluster here before, where you have the 1 day max 6A, you have the GEX from the GZ, you have the GEX 3 from GLG. So this was one of the point where you can go jump in right away, because it was also, if you're looking to the left side, here we go. This was a really good point to targeting this candle wick here. And now here we go. And that's what I mean. So I focus more on seeing what other people not seeing. And this is why I'm here, to helping you to figure out how you can see the unseen.
I love that. I think what you guys are doing, and just that whole thought process that you're speaking of, is traders get so caught up into being super technical that they sometimes are missing kind of what's happening, right? And I love what GEX data has brought into markets through Mentor Q, and it's helped me tremendously of understanding, let's face it, the options markets, they're pretty important. And so understanding where those flows are coming in, and for people that talk about, I just watch the tape, or I just watch price, and I just watch the flows, not accounting for this, is probably something that they're missing. That is the unseen part of it. So talk us through a little bit more, maybe take us through all of the different markets that you're looking this morning. So with gold, you see gold is getting bid up, or in between, it looks like the GEX levels. Maybe talk about what you're executing from level to level here, and then maybe walk us through some additional markets.
All right, so, okay, let's make a really simple step so that everyone can come a little bit more in my mind. So let's take out for a moment the drawings. So I will zoom a little bit in. So I know you came in from the pit, correct?
Yep.
So, and for me, as a retail trader, I'm basically now 20 years in the market, since I be 18. But for me, what is always really important is to see the bigger picture. So for you as a pit trader, it's also really important, if we're talking about the ES, it's not only the ES, it's also the SPX, it's the SPY, so it's a big market, correct?
Yes.
And this is the same what I'm doing for all assets, what I'm love to trading, where I'm looking for opportunities. And this is exactly what I was doing today for gold. So because gold is, as you can see, it goes straight to the upside. But to have a really good part to see what's going on gold, I need the bigger picture and have to plot this on my chart to see the unseen. So if you're adding only the futures levels from gold, you're not seeing the big picture. We have also the ETF, GLD, was also really important to plotting on your level to get an idea what's the gold futures doing because of the correlation. And then think about also what is the next important thing. So we have the currencies, who is really important for the market. So we have both. We have the 6A, so that's the normally currency if you're looking into gold and the currency, but you have also the European one, so the 6E. So because of the dollar versus euro, the exchange, so you can also use this. And then this is really crazy. Wait a minute before it loads. So Now I was plotting the 6E on my chart on gold, and I have now a good trading plan to become in my mind. So I have here my big levels where we have high concentration. I have here the support, high wall from the 6E, 1-day max from the 6E. And now, if I would be going to the long side, because the momentum is really strong at the moment on gold, if you're looking to the downside, it's a really strong momentum at the moment. So people asking us always, hey, Patrick, you know how we can use the levels, where we can place stops, where we can place profit targets. So one thing where you can really start to place your stop loss is with the 6E 1-day max high wall, you can put your stop loss here and then boom, targeting the 1-day max, GLD, call resistance. And also here you have also really good reflection points. So that's a one good setup. So we're looking always in the market for one good setup, correct? One good trade. That's something what everyone should do. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, I'm with you. And one thing I want to point out too is that it's interesting that you talk about using the ETFs and first of all, the 6E with the gold. I mean, I learned that years ago. People were saying if you're trading gold, you want to watch the euro. If you're trading euro, you want to watch the gold. And at one point, there was only the S&P futures, and we used to joke and say we were the center of the universe, right? That has changed, right? I mean, obviously, we'll look at SPX options and the way that the world has expanded. There's other products involved. So knowing those things, if you're looking just at something like what Patrick is looking at here, when you're looking at GEX data, I think is extremely helpful and important. So I'm glad that you pointed that out because we actually don't talk about that a ton here. Again, seeing the unseen. We get so focused on one market, one thing, and some may say that that's the best way for them, and I can't disagree with that. But if you're also looking for confirmations and you're looking at like GEX data like you guys are, I think it's really important to layer them because then you get those confirmation areas, which is what you're discussing.
Yeah, and I'm strongly believe that most trader outside staying a long time in the market, everyone have some edge. Everyone have a really good playbook and all this stuff. But for me, so when I was thinking to working with MentorQ is my thought process was, hey, how we can help you as also experienced traders. So what I think and highly believe in is we giving you a second confirmation. So if you have all your indicators, all your technical stuff on your chart, but we can help you what I was showing you today with the 1-day max and the high wall from 6E and how you can plot the GAX levels, JAX levels, the gamma levels, the blind spots, how you can plot this. So this is what I mean with, you see the unseen for you that you can have a second confirmation to know exactly when you can go in and it's working very well. So because this is something what you're seeing and MentorQ give you the second confirmation that this is a good trading idea. Based on options data, of course.
Yeah, no, exactly. Now, from here, as we head into the opens today, when you see we're between, so it looks like we're just above call resistance and then we're just below GEX2 and GLD. What is it that you're waiting for any possible trade situations in gold this morning?
So if you be at the moment too late, there's something I will wait for retest on the key area. So also using the blind spots. So the blind spots helping you to identify key areas. So what I mean to waiting for retest. So we have here blind spot 7, we have GEX4 from 6E and GEX1 from GLD. And if you're looking to the left side, so this is something what I'm teaching all the people who are working with, look to the left side, see the bigger picture, what the levels are telling you, and you see, wow, look at this. This is a nice area where I want to jump in. I will never buy this now, the run out from the breakout here. I want way that we testing this area again, and then boom, I would be jumping in. But this is something what I would be doing. I know, as I said before, so MentorQ gives you a second confirmation. It's not that we telling you a trading signal or giving you any advice. So this is more like, hey, trade this based on your trading strategy and use Mentor Q as your second confirmation, but I won't be enter here again in this area.
Got it. All right, maybe let's take a look over to S&P futures, and of course we'll see what you're layering on top of there. And just so everybody knows, I've been following Patrick in the Mentor Q Discord. Patrick's a beast of a trader, guys. So he's really smart. He's really good. So take note of what he's talking about here today, because Fabio's like, hey, you got to go in and check out Patrick, and I'm not doing as much day trading these days. I've talked about that. And I remember when you first came into the Mentor Q Discord, Fabio had mentioned he's got to come in there, and I was watching what you were putting in, and I'm like, this dude's, he's pretty good, man. So just want everyone to know that we're not just talking, what he's looking at. Patrick is out there. He's doing it.
Yeah, and glad that you mentioned this, because I know I'm a completely different thinker. When I'm speaking with quants to developing new stuff, and they say always to me, hey Patrick, what you're doing makes mathematically absolutely no sense, but it works. So, and this is the cool thing. For other people, it makes no sense, but it works. And this is something what I'm really liking. All right, so let's go. Now jump into ES, because we're running very soon out of time. So one thing, what you would be not seeing again, seeing the unseeing, this is for me a really important topic. And if this is the one thing what you can take out today as gold nuggets, so here we go. So we have here at the top of the bottom where we're getting now on tick, the retrace to the downside. This was call resistance buy. So what I mean with this, if you're plotting only the ES on your chart and you have not this buy on your chart, and you have not the SPX on your chart, you're never getting the full picture from the S&P 500. And this is, again, seeing the unseeing with plotting everything from the options market, what's available for you on the chart. And this is exactly what I'm doing. And I don't know if you were speaking about this, Anthony, but you was seeing also in the VIX this morning some opening gap to the upside. And this is also really crazy. So if you're seeing an opening gap on the VIX, there's mostly something cooking. Not always, but there's something cooking. It gives you a little tiny warning sign. And the warning sign was already here, because we was already on the call resistance buy. And this is something what I was observing with the levels. So if you would be asking me what is now a really interesting area, again, so we're looking for high concentration, where we have high concentration. We have high concentration between 6,340, 6,380. What I want to be making here, I have no idea. I have to see in the real-time market price action. I want to see the level 2 data, and then I make a decision if I should be go long or if I should be go short. But again, second confirmation, Mentor Q helps you to give you the second confirmation.
Yeah, no, I didn't mention the VIX much this morning. And I'm curious how you guys, I mean, obviously because it's options, I think it's obviously baked in kind of per se in what's happening within the GEX data. But when you're looking at the layering here, so you're using SPX SPY, and are you using anything within the VIX futures or anything else as maybe a contrary to what's happening in S&P? So like we know we look at the opposite correlation. I'm curious, does that ever come into what you guys are doing on this chart?
That's a really great question. I really like it. So for me as a day trader, if I'm trading the ES, I have 3 charts on my monitor. First is of course the ES. The second is the NQ, and the third is the VIX. Because the VIX gives me a nice idea about how strong is the trend, and think about. So the market goes, if the VIX goes up, the market goes down. If the VIX goes down, the market goes up. So really simple, what everyone knows. But what most people not using is using the VIX for his trading decision. We can also making, based on the VIX, the expected move. So the daily move and the weekly move, the monthly move. So there are so many information behind. I think that could be something for a next session to learning more about 2 weeks, how you can use this as a day trader. But like this, so if you see a gap in the VIX, something is cooking, and this was a really nice short entry for you. If you were seeing that the call resistance buy is there, you have not any big risk, so you can go for 5 points. You have at the top the GEX4, GEX4 from SPX, and then boom, let it run. Maybe take partial profits here, and then boom, see what the market is doing and let it run. Let it run.
Couple questions. I know the answer to these,
let's go.
but I know the audience doesn't. So when you look at the SPY and the SPX, those prices are calculated into the futures, so the price is actually, obviously it's coming from the SPY or the SPX, but when that line is in the ES chart, it's reflective of where that would be in ES futures. So it's not like someone's looking at the SPX price, which is going to be a different price in the futures. That's actually a conversion into where the futures would be, correct?
Yes, correct. And also, again, so think about the full picture of the market, and you have also to think about when we're talking about the options market, who's trading what option chain. So we have traders who are trading the SPX, we have traders who are trading the ES, and we have traders who are trading the SPY option chain. So do your homework. It's really interesting to find out, if you don't know it, who is trading what, and then put all the things together. And last but not least, find out what the market maker hatching. So that's so important. And if you know the bigger picture, you'll trade much smarter. I will promise you.
Yeah, I mean, and look at, you're doing this on the short term, but most of your work is coming from the bigger picture. And like I said, I've seen firsthand that you know what you're doing. Let's talk about it coming into this morning's trade. So this morning, I see you have that highlighted area. Let's talk about 63, 41-ish area.
Yes.
What's that zone that you're looking at, and how would you approach trading that this morning for this morning's open?
How I would be approached is really simple. First, I want to see the market price action when we came to this. But first things first, so it's so important that you're looking always to the left side, because I be a strong believer in that the gamma levels, no matter what gamma levels you have on your chart, they're telling you a story. So looking to the left and find out what is the story behind of the levels. So we find this out very easy. So we see here, we are at the top. Then we was breaking out from the top, we testing it, boom, we fall down, and now we was breaking out also from the top, and we come exactly on this area again. So what I'm expecting from this area is a quick move. I have at the moment no idea if this will be going to the downside or to the upside. So this will be telling me the price action in the market open. But I know exactly here we see some price action. We can easily fall down again to this area where we have the GEX3 and high wall 0 DTE, or we can re-enter and look at the top where we have our one-day max. Here we go. We have our one-day max here. We have our one-day max from the SPX, and we have a one-day max from SPY, and also we have some blind spots there. So this is something what I'm doing. So be smart and finding good entry points and not enter in the middle of nowhere. That's why second confirmation, think about, it's always about timing, setup, and location. Is this now the right time, Anthony, to go into the market? Yes or no? Is this the right setup, what you like? Is this your A+ setup? Yes or no? And then find out the location, where we are on the market. Is this something what you'd be really interested in? And then execute based on this, with second confirmation based on interview. That's it, really simple. Don't overcomplicate simple stuff. This is when people losing, they overcomplicate it, and then they're doing the mistakes. Make it simple, make it smart as possible, and then you'll be good.
No, you're spot on there. I love your work. Looking forward to having you back on NinjaTrader Live to talk more with me in the future. Everyone's asking where they can learn more about what you guys are doing. We put the X handle for Mentor Q Pro in the chat, and like I said, Patrick's a beast, man. He's really, really great trader, and we're really thankful to have you here with us this morning, showing us what's going on there at Mentor Q. And I really can't wait to have you back on. Maybe we're going to have some live trading sessions with you, kind of plugging that for the future. But great to get a chance to see you in person. See, like I said, I've seen what you've done in the Discord. Huge fan, and I appreciate your time, Patrick. Thank you so much for joining us, and we can't wait to have you back, man. Thank you so much.
And also, let me say some last words. I appreciate also what you're doing, because you are also inspiration for the people outside. And thank you for your work and whatever you're doing, and keep the good work going on. So thank you.
I appreciate that, Patrick. Thank you so much, my friend. Have a great day. All right, everyone. That was awesome. Make sure you go and follow what he's doing. I mean, Patrick's a great guy, great trader. Like I said, I can't wait to have him on here. He's going to be doing some live trading with us at some point in the future. So looking forward to that. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button so you never miss an episode. Jam-packed Monday morning session for you guys, and it's just beginning. Why? Because it's Monday, and it's actually a special Monday because this Monday, what do we have going on? We've got a challenge going on with Tanja that we've been talking about all week. Last week, we see everybody in the chat's ready for us. Hit that like button. Let's get it going. Tanja likes to get the party started. Hit the like button and get ready for Trade the Open with Tanja. Tanja, good morning.
Good morning, Anthony. How are you? How was your weekend?
It was great. I didn't play golf, but I have to talk to you about golf. I wake up early. I don't know if it was Saturday or Sunday. I mean, the days kind of all blend. But I wake up early and I look and I see it. It was like maybe it was like 7:15. I look up and I saw you already tweeted. And I'm like, she's on the golf course already. That's a commitment, Tanja. You're addicted now.
I am addicted. I mean, I have a friend that like scores in the 80s or so. And yeah, the three of us went. It was for a 6:30 tee time. So I woke up at 5 to get ready. Left at 5:30 and then got there at 6. And I mean, I scored the best I've scored. So I mean, I'm getting there. It's only the second time I've actually played 18 holes. So I'm quick to commit to something. When I think how you do one thing is how you do everything. So yeah, if I'm really interested in something, I'm gonna learn how to the ins and outs of it and everything. So yeah, it's going great. I'm excited. I have a lesson on Wednesday.
Oh, I love it. Look at, golf has become a passion of mine over the last, gosh, how long? It's been about almost 10 years now. I remember I didn't start even golfing till I was in my early 30s. Of course, I did the charity events, which were really just drinking events. And, with my friends in my 20s when I lived in Chicago and was a trader, those are totally different days. And I moved to Florida and I picked up golf, and it has just become more than a passion. It's an obsession. And you're totally right. How you do one thing, you pretty much do all things. And I know that you and I, we feel that way because we do things and we stay committed to them. So Monday morning, Tanja, so far not the busiest overnight, a little bit of light volume coming into today. But again, an exciting day for us here at NinjaTrader. You're going to be hosting the live challenge. Walk us through what's going on today with this trading challenge.
Totally. Oh yeah. So we have a trading challenge that we opened up for people to join last week. It's called the Tanya's $1,000 arena challenge. So if you're entered already, be sure that you have that open on your accounts. So like if you have on Chart Trader, so I have mine open here, Tanja Trades 1K Arena Challenge. And in case that, I've seen some people in the chat ask about that. So if you haven't already, just make sure you log into NinjaTrader and then you can add a connection, NinjaTrader connection. I just might as well just show that real quick at the beginning. To show people, you would have to go to here, you scroll down to NinjaTrader and then add your click add and then add your credentials that you added for the arena challenge. And then it should pop up in your sidebar when you click connect to them. Or you could use it in whatever other way. I'm using it on the desktop app. So for that challenge, you get $1,000. Starting simulated capital today, it starts at 9:30 a.m. And we want to make it so that, you know, it's not just YOLO trades. It's not that you get like 25 to 50,000, because since I'm more of a trader I just want to pick and choose my spots, and I want it to actually simulate like more of like your day-to-day trading, not just how much you could make as in a competition that's unreasonable that you wouldn't make in your normal day-to-day. So yeah, so it's going to be super fun. The maximum you could take contracts is like you can only trade micros, so maximum 3 micros, NASDAQ or micro ES, and I'll be trading on this account as well. But here I do have the minis open because I do personally, if I'm even trading micros, I will chart on the minis, and then once the trade, it's time to enter the trade, I'll enter on the micros. So I'll bring the chart up for the micros side by side when it's time for that. So it's gonna be super fun. At the end of the day, we'll see who's the top 10 on the leaderboard, and first place prize gets $1,000. You know, the rest split $2,500 among the top 10 on the leaderboard. So second place $500, third place $300, and fourth to 10th place get $100 each. So it's gonna be a fun short challenge from 9:30 a.m. this morning until 5 p.m. Eastern today. So if I see other setups in the afternoon, I'll also enter, even though I won't be live streaming here, I'll definitely be checking that out. And yeah, so it's really about picking and choosing your spots for that challenge. And I hope I answered some people's questions.
You know what?
I'm sure NinjaTrader
Yeah, no,
will.
you did, and we'll be helping along the way. Yeah, I think the one thing I want to talk about is that it is more of a skills challenge to me, and you know, you're not a YOLO trader. Like, look at, you're a disciplined trader. You come in every day, you plan, and then you execute the plan. You know, I mean, that's what you do, and that's why having a challenge that mirrors that gives people an opportunity to come in, only 3 micros, but you have a chance to win $1,000 and split 2,500 in the top 10, which I think is great because people can come in on a slow Monday morning. And if you haven't signed up yet, I'm not sure if it's full or if there's still time. I know that NinjaTrader will put it in there, but if you are participating, it's full. Nice.
It's
And
been full
so,
since like Friday.
again, oh, really? Nice. Again, thank you so much for doing this, Tanja. Thank you, Chad, for participating in this. I'm going to hop out here on this Monday morning and let Tanja take over stream. Like I said, show Tanja some love. Make sure you hit that like button. She's always a trooper for being here with us on the Monday mornings. Trade well, everyone in chat, and trade well, Tanja. We'll be following along.
Okay, lovely. Okay, great. And I just got an answer to a couple of the frequently asked questions I got. So about the maximum contracts per instrument. So like you could technically hold 3 MES and 3 MNQ at the same time if you have the margin to do so on your account. So, you know, we're starting out with $1,000 margin. But then if you later on you increase your available margin that you're able to take that much, you totally can. So what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to like long micro NASDAQ since it does move faster and gives you more, it's just moves 10 times faster in ES. And then I'll see if I could add like an additional ES contract or 2. So if I even find a trade, we have to take a look here. We're inside yesterday's day range. And by the way, I'm taking this very seriously. I have copy trading like across other accounts as well. So I'm going to copy trade this to my personal, but I'm going to translate it over to minis on those, and then also on other like funded accounts that I have. So I'm not just going to be going off of like, okay, it's $1,000 challenge. Like, let me just try to make some money. It's like a 50-50, like low probability thing. Let's just see. Like, that's how you end up just destroying your account. And then also what I've seen, you guys, personal note is that those kinds of trades, like And if you like you start off on like, oh, this is just like a little sim account, or this is a challenge account I haven't passed yet, or this account's on its last legs, let me just take this random trade. It ends up snowballing into like you taking it on other accounts too. So always, well, how you do one thing is how you do everything is totally the motto. So let's see here. Let me know if there's any other questions in the chat. About the challenge. You guys ready? It starts at 9:30, by the way, so like you can't take a trade like pre-market. So it's gonna be fun. Yeah, I did golf on Saturday, by the way. Last week I golfed like probably 3 times or yeah, because I did pitch and putt on Thursday. I did a lot better. I did my simulator. My thankfully my apartment building has a golf simulator. That's how I actually got into golf. And then on Saturday I played 18 holes. And yeah, I'm very bad. But honestly, I'm not that bad already because like consider I scored 104 on my second time ever being at like full 18 holes. I've and that's like true 104. So I'm pretty happy with that. And like I'm looking into how to break 100 quick. So we'll see how it goes. But the first time I did 18 holes was a Saturday before that. And it took 5.5 hours. I started at 2:30 and ended at 7:50. Yeah. And we were going pace of play. It's just that New York City courses can be crazy. But on Saturday when I went at 6:30, I finished in 4 hours. I was done at 10:30. So maybe I'll go earlier. But I don't know. I was really tired the rest of the day. We'll see. I'm trying to respond to some people about the question about the margin. I had a question about it. Okay, here we are. There we are. Yeah, about the margin. Okay, cool. So yeah, like, but this is the thing, you guys, like, it's a little science, is that, yeah, I try to go to sleep earlier to wake up at 5 a.m. But the thing is, if you're not consistently doing that, like, you're not going to be able to fall asleep earlier because you have a 1 hour melatonin window where melatonin, which is like the hormone that makes you feel sleepy, um, secretes, right, is released in your body. So that's the best time to go to bed. So yeah, like, which by the way, which is why blue light is bad for you, especially at nighttime, because it suppresses the release of melatonin. Which is why, I do wear these glasses everybody always asks me about. This is more for strain, but at nighttime I'd wear these ones, these red ones. You're killing it. Yeah, about 15 minutes until the open, until the challenge starts also. Like, so let's see. I'm gonna also pull up on my computer the leaderboard so that we can show the leaderboard throughout the challenge. Because I'm interested, you guys. I hope one of my subscribers wins. I hope someone from my community wins because I've been talking about it on my live stream all last week. The spots filled up pretty quick. They were filled up by like Friday. Maybe next time we'll have more spots if there's some people in the chat right now that find some interest. So yeah, we're starting in 16 minutes and 13 seconds. Woohoo! Woohoo! Yeah, so we'll see. It's gonna be fun. But again, yeah, but let's do some chart analysis in the meantime because I'm coming in neutral. I think most of you guys voted bullish today. Okay, this is the weekly. Well, we're inside last week's range. Yeah. And yes, took this last week low and then ended up going for those all-time highs. On daily, let's take a look. Inside Friday's daily range on both assets. Don't totally love that. Yeah, so I'll mark out last week's high on both. I'll go to the 4-hour. There's no like divergence there on the 4-hour at least. They both did not reach it. See the hourly. Same kind of vibe. Today there's no news. I'm taking this seriously. Like I said, I literally set up my copy traders to copy trade across almost all my funded accounts and also my personal account, and to do it onto the minis. So I'm not going to be messing around, just taking random trades, right? And I suggest others don't do so either. Like, because like the challenge ends at 5 p.m. today. Let's say you don't find a trade today that you'd like. Like during the AM session, you could do it during lunch or during like the afternoon session. There's time until 5 p.m. today. All right, so the 60-minute, there's no divergence either, Of course, I'm just gonna mark out, that's probably Friday's low, right? Yeah. Then we'll just like stay on the 15-minute essentially. I'll mark out also, midnight open, 8:30 open, 9:30 open to have a gauge of where we are in regards to those numbers, to those prices. And I'm just doing this manually because I feel like it's going to be instill it in myself better. Okay, the open is here for midnight. I'm going to call it purple. Purple. Okay. Then 8:30 open is here. Hardest to decide what color I want. Okay. 8:30 open will be navy. Right. Cool. Trying to remember something. All right, my bad. This is 8:30 open. Midnight open is this one. Okay. Lovely. So, I mean, to be honest, at the open, I don't see like a specific trade I want to like get a part of right away, like where I'm thinking, okay, like I think it will come in here and reject this area because there's no divergence at the highs. I'll check out YM. Maybe there is a divergence with that asset. Doesn't really look like it. No. YM's also inside of Friday's range. Okay. So I'll just have these open. We'll see how it opens. We'll see if there's any first presented FEG. I'll be watching like maybe like the last 4 hour candles, the last hourly candles. To be honest, it does seem like we might be coming back down into this Friday low area, but I don't know. We'll see. This 4 hour just swept some lows here, came back into the volume imbalance. All right. Like I can frame it both ways. I'm pretty neutral today. Here's a 4 hour FEG for ES. I mean, this leg didn't really break this high, so it doesn't matter that much, but this completely filled this one in. So, I mean, I'd have it. I'll have it just in case. It's a 4 hour fair value gap. Okay. For NASDAQ, it's from here to there. It has like a more distinct volume imbalance, so I'll include that. I'm trying to think of whether I want to include this volume imbalance on ES. See on the hourly. Is there an hourly FEG there? Yeah, so I will. It's like an hourly volume imbalance too. So, I mean, I could see a bunch of different things playing out. I'll see. I'll see if the open, maybe there's a manipulation at the lows. Basically, I'm just going to have the 15-minute candle open. That's how I always start the open. And then we go from there. So basically, I like to, even though I'll be trading micros for this challenge, I like to chart on the minis, even if I'm taking micros, and then I just translate it to micros. And let's say like this, that the micro contract, sometimes it is a little bit more erratic and has like longer swing lows and a bit wider stops, just because that contract is less popular, so it's less volume traded in it, so it's going to be a little bit more volatile in that sense. So I'll simply just move this, swing low on the micro contract, but they're typically very similar price action. Only one time in my trading career has it happened where I was trading micros and it stopped me out. And if I took that same trade on NASDAQ, it would not have stopped me out because the micro took that swing low a little bit more erratically, while the NASDAQ respected it. So it only happened once. All in all, it's not too bad. All right, it starts in 7 minutes. We got the open in 7 minutes. Let me see the chat. What'd you guys vote for? 49% bullish so far, 28% bearish, 23% neutral. Trader Champa said, is it allowed to have 6 you let me know about the margin. Yeah, go ahead and try and let me know. I'm gonna probably try. First, I'll take micro NASDAQ. It depends on how much margin you have. You can take up to 3 MNQ and 3 MES at the same time, yes. Now it's saying that one contract is too much of a position. We didn't open it yet. It opens in 6 minutes. You don't see the challenge account when you log into Ninja. So make sure that you added you go to connections, configure, then you go to NinjaTrader, and then you add your username and password here, click apply, add, and then add your username and password, and then in connections on NinjaTrader, you connect to it. And if you still have questions like how it works, you log in and like you can click how it works, and I'm sure that this page will help you out there, step-by-step guide and FAQ. Yeah, so all right. About 5 minutes till the open. How was everyone's weekend? Let me know. Do anything interesting? I mean, it was actually nice weather finally in New York for last weekend. Because obviously so many times, honestly, it's like raining, humid, miserable. So it's nice. Got to golf. Let me see. I'm just setting that up. Okay. The timer. The other thing. All right, 3 minutes to the open. Hit the like button if you are excited, and hit the like button if you want to see more challenges in the future. And make sure to subscribe to NinjaTrader's YouTube. Hit the subscribe button, turn notifications on if you want to see, so you keep in the know about the challenges in the future, right? Because we were talking about it pretty much almost every morning here when I was doing pre-market analysis. Yeah, what do we have for the rest of the week? Today's no news. Tomorrow, you have Fed Powell speaking at 8:30. You have Orange Folder at 8:30 and 10. Wednesday, 10 a.m. existing home sales. That's Orange Folder. So you don't have Red Folder news until Thursday, which is quite a bit of it. 8:30, 9:45, and 10 a.m. Orange Folder. Okay, we only have Red Folder news on Thursday this week. Cool. So I don't really expect there to be like such a big move today. We'll see. I just don't think most people are bullish today, right? It does look pretty decently bullish. We came back into the 4-hour fair value gap. We are breaking short-term swing highs. We're above midnight open on the NASDAQ and on ES. I could see it just like popping up back up to this buy side. We'll see. $16 seconds till the open. Here we are. Here's the open. Yeah, we are blasting off there. Looks like, yeah, we zoomed back up to that buy side that came back down into the hourly. Okay. Really strong candle there on the 1 minute. Just blasted off like 30 points. Okay. This 4-hour candle looking wild, very wicky. Okay. So ES never even retraced that 4-hour down there, right? So that is considered a little bit of a divergence. Because NASDAQ probably took out these lows on the 60-minute. Yeah, took out the swing low on the 60-minute. ES didn't. ES paused right at midnight open. Isn't that cool? Like that's where it bounced. So yeah, we surged up at the first minute of the day, took out the buy side. I mean, that was the easiest probably the trade, but yeah, that was at the open basically. Just so gotta just wait and see what we're gonna do here. This is the previous 4 hours high. Like we took out previous 4-hour low. Are we gonna go all the way back up to the high, this buy side up here for NASDAQ? That is possible, yeah. Gigantic first presented for first FEG here the day at 9:30. That 9:30 FEG is gigantic. Humongous. It was a previous H4 high. And this is Friday's high. This is 8:30 open. Yeah, so I mean I'll have to see if we come back into there. Well, it seems like that's what the play is right now. Okay. There's potential there, I think. If it comes back into it, right? It says someone says it's order. It says order rejected. Let me try to enter and see what it says for me. Let me enter for me. Let me enter. I think you guys probably tried before 9:30. Make sure you're doing it on micros. MNQ or MES. That's what somebody said. Ah, we already hit previous 4-hour high. Okay. Mark that out on ES. That is like London session high. Yeah. We're just zooming through. All right. I mean, then obviously, like, it's too late for me to enter in longs, right? Really, the only thing I could probably do now is like look for divergences to short. Okay. Right, so I'm gonna mark out London high on ES and Friday's high. Mhm. Yeah, certainly weaker. It's not the London high or Friday's high yet. Nasdaq like annihilated that. You guys, I tried out to make sure that you could enter a trade for you guys, so now I'm down $2.30. Okay, so let's take a look and what happens here. You know, if we start to fade from here, what? Yeah, I need us to invert that at least. And probably would try to see if like if ES doesn't hit this, and if ES is weaker, then I'd look for ES shorts to like this midnight open, this is equal lows, and this FEG. But there's no divergence. It's still, you know, quite strong there. NASDAQ just popped up another 10 points or so. So how's everybody, like, you guys all are all set up? Any more questions about the setup? It's 9:39. I hope that everybody is set up on their competition. You're logged in, Dan? Cool. It still says order rejected. Connect simulation under connections. Max position reach without opening a single trade. What should I do? Make sure you're looking at micro NQ and micro ES. Look, let's put on MES for me. Should work. Let's see if it hit buy bid. Yeah, I'm in. It works for me, you guys. Have you set it up like this? Tanya's 1K arena challenge. When you added it, make sure you're on simulation mode, etc. Honestly, I might as well keep this long until London high, put my stop at 48. What do you guys think? This little FEG here. We're just rising. Six sister play, but you don't know if this is a reversal area. I just did it to make sure you guys see that I could get into a trade. I'm gonna close it. I was just to make sure I could get into a trade. So I haven't taken a trade yet, really. Has anyone taken a trade and was able to take it just like I said? Just like I was. All right, cool. Theo Lemedy says, that happened to me too, but I closed Ninja Desktop as a both open web and desktop. That worked for me. I should have held this. No. No. Yeah, it was a nice hold there, and then it just continued going higher, yeah. See if it smashes London high, Friday high. You know, NASDAQ holding above Friday high. Let's see the 15 now. That is a wild 15-minute candle. Yeah, we just 100 points. Not even 15 minutes. Yeah. All right. Yeah, still weaker. Still hasn't hit London high or Friday's high. For ES and NQ, I gotta stay focused. Stay focused. What is, okay, 10 a.m. is in how many minutes? Like, where do 3 PDs fail for NASDAQ would be this. If we failed Friday's high, if you fail this order block in this fair value gap, I would be kind of interested, and I would look at probably ES for shorts for down here. I feel like I'm very ASMR today. Am I relaxing? I feel like I'm relaxing to listen to. Hmm. You know, like when you're in like school and you have like a test coming up and stuff, and then you have like a dream where you missed a test, you come late to the test. So that happened to me last night. I was like, I kept having the dream that I showed up late to my own competition. And I woke up early this morning. I woke up actually at 6:30 and then I went back to bed. I woke up at 7:30. Well, ES, do you guys think ES will catch up and hit Friday's high, London high? Let me know. Certainly there's no change in structure to go bearish. It's too bad that we didn't retrace into here before hitting this. Then I would have taken the long. I was really looking at, I was like, oh, this is only a 20-point stop at the bottom in this FEG. Damn, we're just running. Just keeps running. All right, ES took Friday's high. So if you said yes in the chat, you were right. We did catch up. Anyone that is still having issues can email support at ninjatrader.com if you have a specific issue with the challenge. They are ready and willing to help. There you go. Video Stargates simultaneously and closed M and Q while leaving MES. No issues. Cool. Lovely. Yeah, let's see. It's only been a few minutes. It's only been 15 minutes. We already got some people on the leaderboard. Dubs is number 1 on the leaderboard right now. He made $564 already. Cool. You guys, I lost $4 trying to check for you if you're able to place a trade. Okay, Dan Niggins is second place, $467.10. JGCD, $383. Tuna, YouTube, number 4, and M1 God, number 5. DNG, then Andrew Trades, MT Journey, Vibe Trades, and Mehdi Trades. Top 10. All right. Wow. First 15 minutes, they already up 50%. All right. ES took Friday's high. How are we looking now on the 4-hour? You know, I'm just basically gonna wait for the next 4-hour candle because yeah, previous 4-hour we took that 4-hour low, then the next 4-hour high. So I'm just gonna wait for the next probably until 4 a.m. 10 a.m. What's good is that, you know, I'm happy enough with my analysis where it did go to my targets. I can't be mad if it doesn't end up retracing to where I want it to retrace to. So I was long ES here. I probably should have held it for that 6 sister. I literally closed it out here, but was trying to help people for their entries. All good. Today is actually a good start to the day, like for a Monday. You know, we have one-way direction. It's not like we barcoded in the first 15 minutes, so I'm pretty hopeful for the rest of price action today, like for it to be good price action. Hmm. Lovely. All right. So yeah, if you're still confused, I mean, I tried to help as much as I could. If you're still confused, if you need help for your placing orders for the challenge, looks like there's, people on the leaderboard that have been able to enter trades, and we're doing good. I was able to do it. So if you still need help, email support@ninjatrader.com. They're ready to help you. But don't worry, like the people, it looks like the top 100, like there's plenty of time today. Plenty of time. It's until 5 p.m. But I'm super interested to see how you guys could like what the ending of the leaderboard will be like, because it's still like maximum 3 NASDAQ and 3 MES that you could take. So, it's not going to be, I don't know how ridiculous it's going to be, but I don't think it'll be like ridiculous gains. But already someone's at $933 in profit. Dubs. Wow, Dubs. Shout out to Dubs. Probably holding longs because it's increasing, I've seen. Lovely. And by the way, the leaderboard updates like every 10 minutes. Let's see. Friday's high. This is okay, cool. I'm probably gonna wait until that 10 a.m. open myself to see what's going on. Yeah, we made a crazy, ridiculous FEG again on the 1 minute. Now ES caught up, hit Friday's high. Let me check out the chat. Maz Ahmad says his account is up 40%. Nice. So one thing you could do, if we don't find any bearishness, the thing I would have to do is like look at just the extension of that move down. I want to measure it back up. It really just started during like that 6 p.m. And it looks like we've almost reached that -1 extension of that move back up there. Interesting. And then if I would go on the 5 minute or the 15, I'll measure it from here too. Okay. Wait. Mm. Cool, cool. Well, really, this is where it started. Yeah. Broke structure here. Right. That whole move down, like move back up. Just looking at those extensions. See on ES. No, look at the hourly, it's better. $15-minute. Yeah. ES extended about half of the move lower, back up higher. Cool.
Did we reach it for NASDAQ then -1? Not yet, but maybe we will, and then maybe that's where we'll have some sort of short-term pullback. Gotta just wait. Look at the 2 minutes, just straight up green candles. I love to see it though, because honestly, I didn't have such amazing like expectations for today's price action. So that's off to a good start. Super strong, just super strong indices. How much are we up on the day right now? Okay, Nasdaq is up 0.67%, ES is up 0.44. Okay, all things granted, like yeah, it could go more. Yeah, ES just hit its -1 extension, Nasdaq this. Okay. It's about to 68.25. Yeah. I mean, as of right now, I can't really be just longing, you know, just have never got me giving my entry. So I need to just wait until the next hourly open. Maybe it, either it sweeps some sell side to go up higher. That's probably more likely than it having a reversal, but I'll keep an eye out. We are just pumping though. Pump it, pump it. Pump it, pump it. Please, everybody clap your hand. Natural gas futures are down 5.86%. Wow. Yeah, quite the 4-hour candle there, right? Here's now the 10 a.m. candle starting. Yes, already above previous 4-hour high. NASDAQ. Not yet. Right. How much we push up since the open? Let's measure this. Since the open, 146 points on the NASDAQ. Cool. So wild. I'm just waiting to see what 10 a.m. like the next few little bit of structure does left. What do you guys like? So far, we took out previous 4-hour high. We're holding like near highs of days. Like there's definitely doesn't seem like it's stopping anytime soon right now. Just been really just ripping. So, I mean, it could get to here. I mean, I need to wait and see if it's gonna break another high and such. Let's see on the ATR. I'm gonna check out ATR for NASDAQ on the daily. Oh yeah, last 5 days. ATR NASDAQ is 226.72. ES, it is how many people? I feel like I think I saw 2,000 people were watching. Let's see right now. ES, ATR, add, apply. ES's ATR the last 5 days, 53 points. So far we have moved. $40 points, and on NASDAQ we moved to 198. Okay. So, yeah, let's see how many people are watching. 2,100 people watching. Hit that like button if you want to see more challenges in the future. And make sure to subscribe to NinjaTrader. Wonder Trader says, "Don't even trade ICT, just here for the ASMR." Let me refresh the leaderboard to see are there people still in the lead? Dan Miggins is number 1 on the leaderboard right now with a total PNL of 1,021. Duodecim 905. DNG 3rd place 8672. So it's definitely people like that took longs near the open. Oh, here you go, Ezra. 974 ICT 800. Probably from my community. Welcome. DNG Eunice 850. All right, and then if we go look lower, I mean, there's still plenty of time left. There's, top 50 is at plus 200 on the day. It's only the first 30 minutes of the challenge. So we'll see how it goes. I'm basically kind of looking for some SMT and maybe a potential reversal to come back to 50% of this range or so. That'd be nice. But, we got to be careful shorting something like this. But I do know when like the shorts happen, it's typically like really quick and you don't have much time to get in. So it's like what up and down craziness. So I'm just going to continue paying attention here. I'll draw out perhaps like to see if maybe there's an SMT at the high here. Maybe ES that takes out this low, inverts this, and provides some sort of entry. For a short, I know it would be crazy, Tanya, you're like shorting when we're up. I know. But that's how reversals work in this market. Has shown rapid reversals. All right, so we do have a little break in structure there. Let's see if it ES. Well, 1 minute, there's actually a lower FEG I need to pay attention to. If we close below this is really what I want to see also. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Looks like it is happening. Lovely. I need to get in. All right, so I'm in ES right now. It would be kind of crazy if it did end up. Keep a little, maybe I could make this small and then I can keep a tab on NASDAQ at the same time. What I want to do is take that whole fib. What am I doing right now? That 50% is here. Okay. If we run this low, that would be great. It would be great if NASDAQ makes an SMT here. Like, it's fine if NASDAQ makes a new high day there. For me, at least, then, and ES doesn't, that would be great for me. At 2 minutes, probably cleaner. Holding this for now. Holding lower for now a little bit. What I would like ES to just kind of drop through here, drop through this bullish FEG to sort of invalidate that. It'd be great to make another new swing low, actually. Let's see. See what NASDAQ does. Let's see how it like reacts to those equal highs. Yeah, it would be nice if that's the divergence there for NASDAQ. and ES doesn't make a new high of days, yeah, I see that's a pretty decent wick there for NASDAQ. So I'll watch that as well. Let's see here. Does it invert this? Do we start seeing NASDAQ make a new swing low? Be perfect for a short then. Would be a decent short. Right? Let's see. So if ES that kind of even comes back above here, I would probably look to X if it starts to make its way back up. And if NASDAQ takes out new high day again, be kind of weird. I would want to see a sharp reversal, honestly, soon for NASDAQ. For ES, I mean, we'll see most of it. I will take off here. Again, I could get stopped out of this. I've definitely been in drawdown for a few minutes, but I'm kind of chill about this, not gonna lie. Okay. I just have to be careful how I take my profits. That's fine. Okay. So I'd like NASDAQ to invert this. That would be really cool and good. ES making its way lower a little bit. Let's see it invert this as well. Yeah, I'd like NASDAQ to close below 390s. Yeah. It's not so far, so it's not like a confirmation yet for a shift. Lower for NASDAQ at least, not yet. Let's clean that up. So like I said, I mean, I'm gonna see, I would like us to just drop quickly, honestly. This would be like first target, ES. In this area, it's 50% of that move up, so probably look for here. That's what I originally had it. But I just want to have I'd probably leave one runner for like those lows. So let's watch, let's see NASDAQ. Maybe I'll add like, it just inverted. So NASDAQ actually I will enter micro NASDAQs. Okay. What am I risking there? I'm risking like 20. I'm in that micro NASDAQs as well now. I just took 2 because I feel like having 3 is just too much leverage for one trade. But I mean, I might as well just make these bigger now because I'm watching them both side by side. Definitely taking forever. Oh, I got stopped out there on a freaking crazy wick. Damn. All right, that's fine. Where are we up to right now? Okay, I'm down 175 bucks in the arena challenge. Keeping it clean. Let's try to see another. That was wild, you guys. All right, back to the drawing board. See? Back to the drawing board. Honestly, it was looking good until that was a wild candle. Okay. Yeah, SMT at the high, inverted, break of a low, Fiji. Yeah, would it take that again? Would take that again. Yeah. So now that is invalidated. Let's see if it ends up going for that -2 extension, honestly. Whoa, we broke record for concurrent viewers. Wow. What's the viewership right now? 2.3K. So many people saw me get wicked out there. Oh no. So what I'm not basically, yeah, I looked for 10 a.m. reversal back lower. Just got invalidated by that wick up, whatever, that candle up. Now we're back to the drawing board, whether I honestly don't think it's smart to look for another reversal, but we need to just wait and see that we took out this high day. And then, I mean, we could end up going for -2 extension if NASDAQ wants to go there of the move lower. The thing is, I tried one trade, didn't work out. That could have been a big payoff if it did reverse. So need to now wait and see based on the hourly. Let's see. What are we doing here? We didn't even come back to 10 a.m. open, which is kind of wild. See, ES, where's like -2.5 standard deviation? I mean, that's possible. What I don't want to do now is like continue like short, and then, get knocked out. If the day is like super bullish, right? So I'm kind of careful right now. 226 is the ATR for NASDAQ. For me to try a short again, it would be like a different situation. It would need to be like a silver bullet short, meaning like the second distribution of a market maker sell model. Like I wouldn't take like the same type of trade again. Because that idea already got invalidated. So I would need to see like it break a short-term low again and then provide an easy silver bullet to a low. So let's see. Maybe it comes back into like an hourly area or 15-minute FEG and then just, you know, goes for higher. Yeah, I would definitely try that again. Even, yeah, ES hit like the extension level. Okay. Yeah. All right, time to see what the indices have left for today. Are we gonna continue even higher from here? ES kind of holding the high of day and didn't even retrace here. So ES is kind of starting to look like it's gaining more speed over NASDAQ now, maybe to catch up. You're gonna have to work for it. All right, I'm with my one trade down. Let's see the leaderboard right now. I am number 332 out of 1500. We'll see at the end of the day how this fares up. Number one is still Dan Niggins, 11,115. Duodecim, 1,021. Tayo is 967. Yeah, how many people then are even green today then? Damn. All right. So that's so if you're green today, you're in the top 178. All right, let's see. What do we got here? What do we got here? We took out new high day again, so that invalidated the shorts. You know, I got stopped out there. We made an FEG, like we retraced. Like it would be a wild push up higher if it's just what it wants to do, but it totally can. If there's too many people trying to short. 240 is like a flat bottom right now on 240-minute 4-hour candle. We started off here. This is the 4-hour candle low and open. ES did retrace a little bit lower below it. I'm probably just gonna see if we pick the new high again, and then maybe we'll expand to here. $406. Yeah, ES a tiny bit stronger. It hits new high day faster in NASDAQ. 10:30. All right. We are just making a run. Yeah. Okay. NASDAQ new high session. Lovely. Okay. See, we're up like how much on the day right now? I feel like there's still upside. 0.85% on NASDAQ, 0.58 on ES. Cool. Hmm. Over 5 for ES. It's coming back to a 5-minute FEG basically. I mean, it left well, the 10 a.m. was wild. All it's doing is coming back into this 5-minute right now. Don't need this anymore. Okay. $10.36. Yeah, I guess I'll see if the 10 at 50 macro, if we have anything for that during that time. Let's see. Are you guys still bullish in the chat? Do you think we'll like extend even more? Will NASDAQ extend to like double what it fell during London? You already hit the 100% extension, which is why I mean I think it's fine with looking for a short. Will we hit this 2x extension? Is the question everyone's asking. Or during London session, do you think that like during the London close, which we're coming up to it soon, do you think that people are going to be taking profits? For a potential reversal? I don't know. I'm gonna wait and see. We're just looking through different time frames to see which one's like the cleanest, just in terms of having swing lows and fair value gaps. I like this 2-minute actually. Yeah, the 2-minute. Cool. You actually have a tiny 2-minute here. I want to see if NASDAQ holds that in the middle of this order block. For me to get involved in shorts again, it would really have to be like it looks like a market maker sell model or a like a Head and Shoulders, you know. very tricky shorting at all-time highs, which I would try that again. It's only like a 20-point stop. And for ES, it was like what? Like a 5-point stop or so. That looks pretty good for that wick. Let's see. I think 1050. It's coming up at 1042 right now. Yes, staying in this 5-minute. Is NASDAQ also like 5-minute cleaner now? No, it's not. Okay. Let's see. 1043. I mean, NASDAQ has just so many bissies below. Hmm. Hmm. I'm 45. Inverted broke a first swing low for NASDAQ. Like I said, for me to just go to short, I said I would need to see like more of like another break. And I would need to see like ES break this 63, 62.75 and set up some sort of short. Right now, you know, ES is just chilling in this 5-minute FEG right now. NASDAQ's honestly kind of like not as clean on if I go to the 5-minute, you know. Let me take a look for a second and see if there was any type of, yeah, we broke this high again. No, not really much of a divergence there. So I'd sort of keep watching. I'm interested to see if ES sort of turns into the stronger one soon. So we kind of see that towards the end of the session sometimes. Or are we going to have that market maker sell model? I mean, that would be amazing. I would love that. Just broke the low. Here, you see another low gets broken, you know? And ES as well. Super tricky. A little bit after you have the push up higher. I'll keep my eye out to see if there's any more divergences. So I don't see any here, right? No. What was this? Is this a 3-minute that I marked up? The one. Yeah, okay. Let's see. Who else? Let's see the leaderboard again. Let me refresh. So it seems like, yeah, Dan Niggins. Danigans, you're still number one. He already doubled his P&L. I tried one short. I lost 175. I'm really happy with like risk was managed with that. I could totally have all day to get green. 941 for duodecim, DNG 908, 890 for number 4 TYO, and $847 profit for Trader Zim. I'm in number 365 out of 1500. We'll see how I fare by the end by 5 p.m. So I'm chilling. I took one loss. I'm looking to see if the like shorts will potentially confirm. But this move lower is like really slow, right? Kind of sketchy. Like, but what could potentially happen is like maybe NASDAQ just reaches down into here and then has a fake out and at the previous hourly low when 11 a.m. happens, and then we pump up higher because you know ES is certainly just chilling here. I have half a mind to like long ES honestly, but kind of want to see a little bit more price action. There's a bunch of, you know, potential areas it could retrace to here, down here. think this was the previous low, low. We have lows here stacked. Just marked out some lows on NASDAQ. I mean, you have a bunch of lows here, the trend line liquidity essentially. So we need to have all of them marked out. Certainly didn't take it out with like a FEG, you know. Could just be, you know, taking out some trend line liquidity. ES, what are we doing here? Back to 2 minute. I mean, yeah, I'm interested to see if ES is going to break this low. I mean, displacement or this one. It does. You can, you know, you have a breaker, fair value gap. NASDAQ is just, there's no speed to the downside, you know? Yes, bouncing on the order block for now. I mean, I want to see. We're not having momentum either way right now. See if maybe that's where it will bounce. Completely filled the FEG. We'll find out. You know, then that would be a small divergence from the 1020 low. What time is it? 10:55. At 10:50, we haven't really done much. Let's see. We're coming up to London close, so. Let's see. What's up, Stowe?
Hey, morning, Tanya. What's up?
I'm good. How are you?
Great. So
Lo-
good. So good.
Lovely. You had a good weekend?
Yeah. Yep. Had a good weekend. Also right after my stream today, we're gonna leave for a little family vacation. So we're stoked on that. It's gonna be great.
Oh, where are you going?
We're going to Ocean City, Maryland.
Oh,
You ever
lovely.
been
It's
ever
like
been there?
a bunch of beaches. No, I've been to Atlantic City and I've been to Virginia Beach, but I think Ocean City is somewhere near Virginia Beach or so, right?
Yep, yep. It's on the way down. Um, it's cool. It's got like this hotel we're staying at is like a family like swimmy thing. It's got a lazy river in it, and then there's a splash mountain there, and all kinds of fun stuff. My kid loves to swim. She's like a fish. It's crazy. So
Oh,
yeah,
lovely. Where
should be
do you
cool.
live on the water or no? What state are you?
No, no, we live in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay, okay. I've been to Pittsburgh. Cool. It's
Yeah.
very cold out there in the winter, right?
Yes.
I don't know. I'm from New York City. It's very cold here too.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes you folks get it way worse than us. Pittsburgh's in a good spot where all the lake effect stuff misses us. I grew up like closer to Buffalo, New York, and so when I was a kid, it was like pretty common to get 4 feet of snow overnight and have a snow day in that, which I miss honestly. I wish my kid got to experience that,
Mhm.
but also I don't as a grown up I don't want to shovel it, so I'm happy with where we're at.
Oh my God, I remember. No, I remember when I was a kid, like we would never get snow days. Like in New York City, like Bloomberg would never give us a snow day.
Well, they don't even get them anymore. I mean, even with kindergarten, like
It's home. It's
yeah,
where
she has to do home on like she has to sit on a screen for kindergarten. It's
what?
criminal. Yeah, isn't that crazy?
No, that's so bad. Screens are so bad for people. I don't know. What screen? Like an like a computer, like an
Oh
iPad?
yeah, they give each kid gets an iPad now, like a
What?
school issued one. Yeah, yep, and they have their lessons on there, and they even like they do their homework. Like she has homework every night in kindergarten. Isn't that crazy? Um,
What? That
yeah.
is so wild. I don't know. Like I feel like you should just I don't know. Let kids be kids a bit. Have homework every day is crazy.
I agree. I
Or we
agree.
just like read or something. I don't know. Um, yeah. I don't remember any of my homework in kindergarten. I don't know. Have like draw something. I don't know.
Yep.
Um,
Oh, how's the market treating you today?
like I didn't give like it's the classic like didn't give you a retracement for the longs, and I tried like a really small or like risk like short here and then stopped, and then now I'm waiting to see what we're gonna do next.
Mm.
I'm like hopeful. I'm still like I'm pretty hopeful about like the rest of the price action today should be good. I think last Monday or so, like when you came on, it was literally barcoded that for the entire like 11 to 12.
Yes, it did.
Right? Yeah, I remember like I actually looked at the charts. I was like, oh man, poor Stowe. Yeah, that just literally sitting there back and forth. Um, and yeah, we pushed up a little bit higher, and now I mean, it's kind of interesting how, I mean, Nasdaq's starting to look a little bit weaker, but ES is a little stronger. So it's one of those like end of session, like little bit of rotations going on.
Yep.
Uh,
Yep.
that's interesting. Other than that, I'm waiting to see what happens next year. Is Nasdaq going to take out 2339 with like a displacement or not? Or is ES going to take out like um what I'm looking at like 636275.
Hmm.
If it holds that, I mean like I could see the divergence where ES kind of just chugs along higher and Nasdaq kind of just I don't know, back and forth. I don't want to see much of a divergence. I definitely see that Nasdaq's a bit weaker right now.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some yeah, there was a ton of absorption here at this 23,400 earlier. And then that got destroyed bigly. Um, And then we got up to this. It annoys
Bigly is
me.
so funny.
It was bigly destroyed. Somebody swept the book with like 600 lots. It was crazy. It scared me. Actually, it was that fast. Sometimes the tape moves quick enough. You're like, ah.
Oh, wait, when was that? Was that push up to?
Yeah.
Oh, that's where I got stopped out. I swear that's the candle I got. I got stopped out of my shorts versus
Yep.
the hive day.
Yeah, somebody did something extremely evil on the book at that moment. And a ton of stops got wicked out at the same time. So when stops are market orders and somebody hits it with that many market orders, it's like it does scary stuff.
Yeah.
So I was like, ah. But other than that, we got to 420, which was my ultimate target because I don't know why, but it's a silly meme and price tends to stop there. I hate it that exists, but it's a thing. Yeah, so I got out at 420 and now I'm just kind of sitting. Both ES and NQ can't make it back to their own respective VWAPs yet. And there's this node at 388 or so that is just like holding up the world right now for NQ. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Seems trendy. Seems like a trendy trend.
Yeah, it
But
looks like this is up working way uptown a bit better now. We'll see. I'm kind of just gonna wait for a 5-minute trade probably. Yeah, it looks like ES is holding up. Let's see if it makes like a new swing high or not. Totally different. Like that is funny how when you were like, oh yeah, like yeah, it stopped a bunch of people out.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it when it happens and the book just clears like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if there's stops, but when that many market orders hit the book at like at a weird high like
I mean,
that.
I got stopped out there.
Yeah.
So there definitely was. That type of stuff will make you like I don't know, start feeling like conspiracy theorist.
Well, I mean, I don't know.
So honestly, the market is manipulated. That's literally part of it. That's literally what I believe, at least. So yeah, what are you bullish bias for the rest of the day? Since you said it's like it's like looking trendy.
Yeah, I mean, made a new all-time high again on both indexes. So that was cool. It's been, ES and NQ were trading back and forth all week last week. So it would be nice if they were buds today and I could find like a clean spot to get back in. The slope of all my stuff is kind of fading though. So the trend's lightening up. If the market makers are watching my chat, I'm sure we're going to trade between 390 and 400 for the next hour, and then we'll continue to go up once I get off the channel.
Oh my God, yeah.
But no, yeah, I'm still bullish, but I'm flat because I'm not going to mess around in the middle here. I mean, if I'm able to ask Market Santa for a present right now, I would like 360 to trade and take a shot. Have these lows get taken out here. And then look for continuation higher off of this previous bid that was here between 65 and 70.
I mean, yeah, I would love that too, actually, for that, because that's just like a giant. That's probably a giant node on your chart, right? Like,
oh yeah,
that's a giant FEG. Like where we push higher, we never really we came back there for like a minute. We didn't really trade in that area, and you have a swing low there.
Oh yeah, it was. I mean, there's nothing there.
Yeah.
There's no volume at all right there. And then once we smashed through it and came back into it, it barely got back into it at all. Like so this whole dead space. I'm sure that's probably your FVG from like 350 to 365, something like that.
No, yeah, exactly.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean that would be nice. And then if you see, and then especially if there's like a divergence with ES where maybe ES stays stronger, and it doesn't take out that swing low, then I would look for longs for sure. It's just I think right now that we moved a lot, so the market's maybe digesting a bit. So I hope that you won't get barcode action for the rest of the session.
Yeah,
Basically
me
where
too.
I got in, right? Actually, where I got in, it was, we went up, like, stopped me out in like 2-3 minutes, which is always a pleasure. And then we didn't do much since then. So yeah, we didn't really have more displacements or rapid movement. But given like how we started, I think that like I think maybe the lunch session could be good and afternoon session.
Yep.
You know,
It's going to be, this happens also because I'm going to be traveling. It's totally possible this could be a full day trend because I won't be here to play it. That's another thing. But there's alpha there too.
Nah, I think you'll be fine. I think some digestion, and we'll see it. Nasdaq is certainly starting to reach your level. So
Yep.
I'll leave you to it, and you
Cool.
guys, good luck on the those that are trading the arena challenge. I'm going to continue seeing if there's something good on the 5-minute to enter more. There's still until 5 p.m. Remember, the first prize gets $1,000, and
Oh, sick.
second place gets $500 cash prize. Third gets 300. Then fourth to 10th split $100. I am currently in 390th place, so top 1/3, but like,
Dude, that's great.
but we'll see. We'll see how the end of the day fares.
Last time I had to do one of those challenges, I went from like dead last to the middle. So that was an emotional day today for me. So yeah, top 1/3. That's good. That's very solid.
It's
Tanja.
not a. I think the top only if you're green today, you're top 200. I'm down $175 from my $1,000 starting point, but that, like I'm saying, I'm just kind of waiting until this cleans up a bit, and if we see a displacement, I'll end up seeing which side I want to get part of. Hopefully, yeah, it looks like it stopped, and it stopped at that 380s and is popping up and back now. So hopefully you won't get barcode action for the rest of your session, Stowe. Good luck.
Thank you.
Good trading. I'm gonna head out, take a 15-minute break, and then I'll probably check out charts again.
Sweet.
Peace out, everybody.
Sounds good. Thanks, Tanja. Good morning. Good morning, chat. Hello. Well. Good morning, Cooper. Good morning, Dan. Good morning. Good morning, EH. What's up, TNT? Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Happy Trend Monday to those who celebrate so far. Yeah, pretty cool morning. Good morning, SD. Good morning, Throne Shop. Thrawn Shop? Or I don't remember. I think you told me it was Throne Shop. You need 360 France? I don't know if we're getting it, bud, but I mean, it would be cool. I'm not personally in charge of it, though, so this might. we did take out that low, and we're kind of trying to leave this two-way up here. I don't know how exhaustive this was. I don't think it was. If this was going to be the exhaustive push when this stop run happened, and by the way, when I say stop run, I'm just assuming that was a stop run. I don't know. It was a big sweep that also triggered a bunch of market orders, which usually that's a bunch of stop losses. Especially all these folks that were very heavily selling up here at 400 and then 410 also. So I thought maybe this was going to be the exhaustive high for the day, but then we just continued to grind, and then we ground up some more into 420. As you know, 420 is a silly meme that often gets traded on NQ, and I despise when it gets there, but you got to live with it. So that became my price target, and that's where I got flat ultimately. So currently that was a decent exit. I haven't seen anything super awesome to get me back in. ES and NQ have kind of decoupled here a bit. ES much stronger as NQ pulled back. But I mean, nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. Yeah. Good morning, Kevin. Good morning. Hey, Sammy. Good morning. Hey, there's a Mr. Bid. Hello, Mr. Bid. Oh, I might be trying to party. It's kind of walking down. So I'd like to see back up here if we're gonna get at if this is the pullback for higher highs. I'd like to see us take this candle out, and then maybe I'll consider trying to locate an entry in here. We had this LVN that we were leaning off of, I don't know, 1, 2, 3 times, 4 times. And it got swept, and now we're back above it. So I don't hate this area for a rebid chance either. But I don't know. I got 1 billion points today, so I'm not trying to get too weird. Good morning, Sir Grumbles. You in the Berg too, brother. Cool. Good morning. Beautiful day. Beautiful day in Pittsburgh today. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood, as my greatest of all time would say. Yeah, Lucas, that is the number. 365, somewhere down there. Take those lows. That would make sense, but that's not, market doesn't always go down and grab those lows. If the trend is strong, the trend's just going to go. So could go either way. Hey, morning, Tracy. Good morning. Good morning, Carlos. Everybody's doing the mornings. Good morning, everybody. Hey, Leo. Good morning, Big Cat. Throne Shop. Got it, homie. I won't mess it up again. Good morning, Elias. Good morning. Happy Monday. Beautiful, beautiful Monday to be alive. Is anybody doing the challenge? Is anybody partying? Quantum Cap LLC. My strategy is I buy the all-time high and I sell the all-time higher. That's my. It's not really what I do. I don't know. I guess in short, I trade order flow. And I use order flow, which is including but not limited to DOM, tape reading, delta reading to manage my entries and exits and kind of understand how the day is playing out in front of me. I'm a scalper. I'm normally looking for, 15 to 30 point moves. And, I guess at the core of my strategy is I try to win a little bit more than I lose. That is ultimately the goal here. Yes. Also vibes, Jay. Vibes are very important in my strategy. And life, I think. Very important. Yeah, no problem, bud. Yeah, quantum cap. I'm just punting around, Stowe. Good morning, chill guy. Yeah, good morning, brother. Flight here. You think this is the hardest time? Right now? The afternoon's pretty tough, dude. But hey, they said, hey, Stowe, do you want to trade 11 to noon? And I was like, yep, sure do, baby. So what can be somebody else's hardest time ever trying to turn into our own easiest time ever? I don't know. Good morning, LT. Good morning, Trader Nautilus. Good morning. I got everybody here today. Hey, Enzo from Brazil. Hey, is it Shark Week, Wit? For real? That's cool. Hey, good morning, Omni. Guy of Futures, yet another question from me. How do I see my orders on the chart or DOM? I'm currently in my position and I see where I entered on the chart. However, I can't visually see my stop loss on the chart or the DOM. I believe that is a preference that you can set up by right clicking on your chart trader and go into properties. And that's how you can see it here. I'll do a it's not going to show you the whole thing if I just do that. Yeah, if I get back into a trade, I'll show you what it should look like with the stop loss and the stuff. The other thing you might not be able to, maybe you can't see that. Make sure that you have an at the money strategy selected, and that you are using a bracket order. Because if you have that, you should be able to see it on your chart. Is what I'm getting at. Hey, apple butter, there you go. Crack a polar. It's never too. I got one on deck over here. Fresh one, cold one. Of all the habits to have, soda water is, pretty Melba toast, I think. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything. Good morning, Jim. Good morning, Mr. Scalper. Martin asks, how can I find that vertical volume indicator? I'm using two volume indicators. One is a delta volume profile, and then the gray one is just a volume profile. Both of these are in the Order Flow Labs suite of tools, so you would need those in order to see them. If you're just talking about the gray volume profile, I know that NinjaTrader has their own native volume profile that's part of their order flow tools. So you can use those. Or I think there's some other third-party ones. So yeah, it's just a volume profile. You should be able to find it somewhere. Wonder Trader, no, I don't have a high win rate. I have my target is a 55 to like 53% win rate with a 1.25 risk to reward ratio. So very, very much a grind. Very, very much it's just slightly winning more coin flips than losing. Yes, Kane, I am. Hey, good morning, Kane. Yes, I am so excited to see Trader Kane and many other people in Chicago. I'm super stoked. It's gonna be so fun. Uh, yeah, yeah. I don't know what else to say. I'm super stoked. If you don't know, I don't know where we're at with those with the invites to the Trader meetup, but it's August. Nice. There you go. Thank you. Thank you, NinjaTrader. There are still slots available to join us in Chicago on August 5th. If you want to come hang, me and Deli and Pax, Kane, a bunch of other people too. DCP is going to be there. He's been on the show once, but he's great. I don't know if Shy's going to be there or not. Yeah, but we're all going to be hanging out. It'll be cool. Come chill. Just trying to watch this here. We got 9 minutes left till the turn. But yeah, it's gonna be super fun. I gotta get a real ID. I gotta remember to do that. I didn't do that when I renewed my license because I was being lazy and then immediately needed to get on an airplane. So it makes sense. The thing about the slots is it's $5 for a ticket, but it's getting donated to a charity. That's more so just to make sure that the people that sign up are actually going to come and help the venue prepare. So, yeah. Oh, okay, Tracy. Fair enough. Well, I'll see you. I'll see you in October. So that's cool. Good morning, Hans. Good morning. Hey, good morning, Larry Pumpkin. Thanks, brother. I appreciate that. Ooh, Pacific Northwest Life says hi from Sasquatch country. You should know that I'm also from Sasquatch country, not the Pacific Northwest, but we've got our own Bigfoot lore here in Pennsylvania. And where I grew up, like Forest County, is a big part of it. Yeah, lots of Bigfoot sightings up there. Big feet? Bigfoot. I don't know. I don't know what the plural of Bigfoot is. I assume there's more than one. I personally assume there's more than one. Yeah, I don't know, Gary. That wasn't quite low enough for my rebid spot there. Yeah, I'm not quite. Yeah, I just don't. I just didn't like it. It's super heavy, still. So it's just looking like some two-way, and I'm not trying to jump into this too early. We'll go back through and look at the trades I took earlier today. Actually traded my cash account today with minis. So, oh boy. We finished I think last week was the 4th week of, me experimenting with the mini shift. And, yeah, I just decided to go for it. I also traded minis on my own account last Wednesday. A couple other times that I just took a break from, just trading and talking to anybody. I just kind of zoned in, traded by myself for a bit, and did a little work like that, and it was good. Happy with it. So ready to kind of move on and continue pushing. Dolly, the meetup is in Chicago. Cooper's coming. Nice. Cool. That's great. You can sign up, Dolly. Just sign up on that. Do you see that little Eventbrite link that NinjaTrader has put in the chat there? You can just click that. Yeah, it should be fun. And don't be shy. I know everybody's on the internet and used to not having social interactions, but like, come say hi. we're all quite normal. Well, I mean, everybody but me, probably. But I'm like fun, not normal. Big feats. There are, I mean, in theory, there's got to be more than one Bigfoot. I mean, he can't just be like one, because there's been sightings in the Pacific Northwest and in Pennsylvania like around the same time. So that's, evidence number one. Number two, he'd have to be like, I don't know, immortal at this point if it's the same one over and over again. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to the Chicago thing. I'm really looking forward to a lot of stuff. It's been a cool couple weeks going through this process of moving to minis, going through some other process refinements that I've been working on. Yeah, feeling like I'm in a good place. I'd mentioned on Twitter that I was working on how to talk about that transition from, trading from prop world and into just trading your own account and all the different, mental hurdles that come from that. There's some of the ones that you would think, make sense. Like, obviously it's different risk. There's more risk when you're risking your own money. You're taking, real losses or real expenses, and, incurring those. But then you're dealing with a level of freedom that you didn't have with, trading with funding companies, because funding companies, they come with a lot of rules. That's the trade-off for that risk to reward exchange that happens. So, and sometimes that, like, the interesting thing that I'm trying to figure out how to summarize and talk about coherently and like succinctly is just it. You see, I can't do it. That's why I still need to think about this. But the addition of freedom is its own mental hurdle. Like, that's its own scary situation too, and that's not necessarily what you would think. At least that's been my experience. So that's what I've been trying to work through and figure out how to talk about. PNW Life started a big Bigfoot conversation. Did everybody have a good weekend? I did. I had a great weekend. Shoot, Larry, that might have been the long. Gary. Yeah. I don't know. This is just like, this dude's really, really sitting here. And this is like, I mean, this is a lot of business to get done. It's selling for sure, but it doesn't mean anything. And I'm not trying to catch a short here either. So yeah. Well, anyways, let's talk about what we did today. Let's go all the way back down here to the open. I'll bring up let's pick a new green. Because again, not sure why this does this. Let's pick, today we will go with, let's do forest green today. That sounds nice. Okay. Well, if we go all the way back to 3 a.m., here we are. Good pivot off the London OR. Yeah, big sell, lost it for some reason at 8:45. I don't know what this aggressive selling was. Wasn't any news or anything. And then it was immediately blasted through. So once RTH started right here at 256, we did get back to that 30-second opening range, and yeah, it shot up ever since. This is an opening drive that did not look back for anybody for any reason. Took out I'll try to zoom in so you folks can see. All right, so this gray line here was the overnight high around 308. Ooh, ES about to make a new all-time high. All right. Ticking it. Yep. Ooh, ES is the strong one today. Nice work. Yeah, so right here, this was my first chance to get in long. I didn't do anything crazy and slap the bid here. Slap the ask. But I waited for this pullback to overnight high. Bid stepped in, so I got in here, 2 lots, took one off here for 10, and then took one off here for 15. This is, again, it was within the first 10 minutes. Anything within the first 15 to 30 minutes of the session, I'm always taking that scalp. Those things come back on me more often than they don't, so I'm just willing to take that pure scalp, build a little buffer, feel the momentum for the day. So that's what I did. And then, we ripped much higher, bigly higher. So once we slowed down and started to pull back here and we were building this bid, this is also still all the delta profile from the same, the leg has not reset in any way. So got in 2 here, added another one here actually, with a very tight stop. and I was able to get out of that here, here, and then I held. We were grinding up against this 400 for a while. Got flat here, and then long again here. Once we reclaimed this +1. This might have been a stop in profit actually on that. Yes, it was. Okay. This was a stop in profit that I dragged up. I just want Jim to be proud of me if he's listening. Good morning, Jim. Got back in full size here. Took one off. Added it back on here. This little burst here, I explained to Tanya, this was pretty terrifying. I had my finger on, I often have like the Alt key pressed down, waiting to hit sell, like just trying to mark it out as fast as I can. And it didn't work. So I got out of here for 5 points instead of what I should have had. I guess it's 6 or 7 points. And then I got the second one off at 411. So ultimately, limits weren't really working for me. This looked exhaustive to me. So this was my discretionary exit here. Exhaustive pop. And then, delta map flipped. We got a delta flip itself. So I just got out of the trade here. And I haven't been back in it since. So that's what we're looking at. We've been flat ever since. This in total was about 100 points worth of scalping, which on minis is more than enough for me in a day. So I mean, it's well above my expected profitability. So I'm just trying to lock that in, take that more, lock that up a little more than I'm used to. And then only taking really A+ stuff if I'm going to put risk back on. Do you want me to force some trades on me? I mean, I can. Don't ask me. Don't ask me to force trades. You know I'm good for it. Randy's got a question. Hey, guys. So we swept the 7.7 ES lows as discussed last week, and here we are back at all-time highs. Oh, so this isn't a question. As discussed. Randy, are you hindsight pointing back to a market call that you made inside of YouTube comments section from a different show? I love that. I love that as discussed. As discussed. Fair enough. All right, homie. Well, I'm glad we did it, Randy. You and me, we're both bulls. We love new all-time highs. 6,390 to 6,415 is a pivot above that could send us back to 6,100. Okay. As discussed, guys. Did you guys write that down? Matt, does it really say that? I will I'll look at that for you, bud. I'll ask Leo, What's up with that? Fly here. It's my fault. It's because I'm streaming, dude. Apologize. Yeah, sorry about that, Matt. I don't know what the deal is with that, but I will I'll take a look. Paulo, if you're truly a risk averse person, this might not be something that you should pursue. Or you just haven't found the level of risk that you're comfortable with, which is also okay. because that's also a very personal thing in general. Everybody has their own pain tolerance based on lots of stuff, how you grew up, how much money you have, like what you think about money. That's all personal things. And it evolves over time. Losing $100, 10 years ago to me was extremely detrimental. Like I could never recover from that. How many pizzas you have to deliver to make $100 10 years ago, or, but that's evolved. And now, I'm comfortable losing $100. So it's just a personal thing. You just got to get through it. Hey, good morning, DZ. Good morning. But yeah, Paulo, if you don't like taking on risk, like don't trade, because that's the whole, it's the primary part of the equation. Or, just work until you find the risk that you're comfortable taking. You can trade with 2 micros and get good and do plenty of damage. You can risk $60. You can risk $40 a trade if you want to. Oh yeah, or do sim until you have a system. Yeah, if you don't have a system, you shouldn't be spending your own money anyways. I think it's at the end of the day, AB trades, that the what are they calling it? The gauntlet. It's probably not gauntlet, but yep, end of the day, 5 p.m. Eastern. So you have until the market actually closes. You have that last hour. Hey, Scalp Rose. You have a nice day too. Holy moly. So we ripped up, and now we are at the fairest prices ever seen. It's pretty intense. Look at that baby. Look at that profile. That's a capital P if I've ever seen one. Woo! Love to see it. I love to see it, but I like being long. It favors me. So it's selfishly, this is the price action that I'm personally interested in. Ground on level. That's right, DZ. It's a big P for big pimping. Yeah, I get Luna. Yeah, I'd be looking for longs. Like I said, I want to see, we're in like B setups scenario up here. Not to say you can't just press the buy button up here and it won't work. But after the initial hour, the tempo kind of slows down on these longs. And we're, this is a lot of business to get through up here. This is a lot of selling and a lot of buying that's buying it. So, there's really no entry spot for me here that was an A+ trade. So that's why I didn't take it. Just trying to protect capital, not be stupid. 360, 65. This is ultimately, even 350 would be really great. Come down and test this high again and see where we go. That would be my A+, would be to come down here, reject, and then get back on that new leg that created. But, we haven't made a new leg yet. So I think, let's see, when did that high get made? I guess like right here. All right, so that was the high, and then we got an IB break already. So we've broken the overnight high. We have broken the IB. You know, it's good to just go over those little stats that you watch for in the checklist. We've checked them. So, how much more meat is there on the bone is a question I ask myself all the time when I'm like, do I want to get in another trade? Sure, we could go a billion more points, but we've got 170 points in the range. Our ADR for the last 10 days is 180 points. So it's summer. How much more can we expect to get out of this? So for those reasons, I want to try to position myself in a place where there's more opportunity than not. And I'm not going to short this, so that also limits my options. Hey, Curtis, two small wins. No shame in that. You got to stack them up, baby. Yes, the horse bolted from the barn, and now it's quite tired. Not to say that we can't. Yeah. I mean, nobody knows. The hard right edge is, the tricky place to trade because you don't know what's going to happen. I mean, we're one tweet away from this going back to the open also. So there's lots of better longs to be had. Typically, I mean, the big, if this is a true trend day, the great long is the -1 standard deviation. If you can get this thing to line up structurally with somewhere also in the day in the price action or some delta, whenever it gets down to this -1, that typically is a very good long for continuation on a proper trend day. Or view up itself, but that's a little more sketch to me. That's a very crowded place, and if we were going to get view up itself, it wouldn't take out these lows, and this is what I'd like to see get revisited down here, and see if this blank space is defended or not. Franz, that seems like a risky move, but Godspeed. Do your thing. I see. I'm certainly not as great at seeing at short. Are you short too, Fly here? Oh my word. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you people? Don't you know whose chat this is? Don't you know whose show this is? You trying to be short? I'm just kidding. Can I explain my mid high? What's up? What's up, dude? Which what are you trying to? What are you asking me? Flight here? That's cool, Franz. Good. I just don't know what you mean by mid high. Fly here. Unless you weren't talking to me. That's also possible. You guys talking to yourselves? Yes, it's a stronger one. Fifth parallel. So much stronger. Hmm. Cool. Oh, it's Monday. We got to do our stats. Sorry, I'm all out of sorts. Today feels like a strange day because I'm leaving for vacation. You guys get to see if I can trade from a hotel room or not. I mean, we all get to find out. The production crew gets to find out too. So it should be an adventure for everybody. Oh, fly here. I use 5-minute opening range on NQ. Yeah, you're looking at, I mean, fib, we can call it a fib. You can also call it a halfback. There's lots of different ways to just say 50% retracement. Doesn't necessarily need to be fib related. Get it? Fib related? I don't know. Sorry. It's Monday. The dad jokes are still warming up. Yeah. So last week on the prop account, I did some good things. Get this. I think I got that right. Yep. I'll pull it up here. Okay. What's good? Let's do good and then bad. Good. I only took 48 round trips last week. Now I definitely took some days off trading this. So that's a big part of it, but that's way down. The last one had 200. The last one was war. So I made a conscious effort to dial that down. This was not war. Also good. The May to MFE back in a good place. Even though I made a ton more money the week before, that May MFE was in a danger zone. Not good. Much too close to 1-to-1. Less profitability, percent wise, 45% win rate. That's low, but my average win to loss was up, so that kind of compensated for that. Yeah. Yeah. Overall, good. I'm good with this. You know, a little bit of a light week. I pretty much had 2 down days and 2 up days. I was much more selective. Yeah. So pretty good on the stats. This wraps up the month, and I think that I'm just going to move on. Get back to the cash account, and we can start sharing those stats. I'm going to try to not be too in my head about that, if that's possible. So this will be a transition week. Also, by this week, I mean I'm probably not going to do much this week. Too crazy because I'm not gonna have my normal setup. So when I trade tomorrow, when I trade Thursday for the show, we'll probably just be on micros and using a bunch. Just being cautious. It's never a great idea to try to trade outside of your comfort zone on purpose. So I'm gonna be cognizant that I'm not in my normal groove and normal routine. But I'll still be hanging out, talking markets, doing the thing. It really did just trade in this 20-point range this whole time. It's pretty funny. Hey, good morning, Firmament. What's up?
Stowe.
Hey, Jim. Happy
you,
Monday,
man?
my friend. I'm good. How you doing?
Happy Mondays, right? I'm doing really, really well. Thank you for asking. And
Sure.
your weekend was nice, I trust.
Oh yeah, so good. I did get a little more poison ivy, which is now like poison ivy on top of poison ivy, but I think I'm almost through it. So we're almost done with that project for the year.
It begs the question: could you get immune, build immunity to?
You'd think I would be by now. I've pretty much had poison ivy since the spring started, but I'm almost through all of it. I don't know.
Wow.
The kids across the street are immune, so I've contemplated having them come back, like give them $50, go back and swim in it for me. But I don't know. They would also need to be motivated to pull my weeds, and they're not. They'd rather swim and do kid stuff in the summertime.
Yeah. I am with you, man. I'm looking at your chart right now. It looks like we're kind of stuck.
Yeah. You would think maybe is my data broken? Nope. Nope. Just the fairest price of all time right here, 23,400.
That's a super nice profile there.
Right? Yeah, it's beautiful. I mean, look at that thing.
Yeah.
Perfect. I mean, you could put this in a price discovery textbook right here.
Yep.
Price discovery, price
Yep.
acceptance.
Yep.
Love to
Until the
see it.
next truth bomb gets dropped by the news people.
True. Yep.
Oh,
Oh man. I'm excited, Jim. I'm going to the beach in like 8 minutes.
Oh, wow. What beach are you going to?
It's Ocean City, Maryland.
Wow. Okay. Is that like an Atlantic Ocean? I don't know how it works when you get up there. Is it like the ocean?
Yep, that's the Atlantic. It is still the ocean. It's close. But no, it's not. I'm not cheaping out. I could go to Lake Erie. That's technically also a beach, but that's not the ocean.
Oh my God. Well, tell the kids not to pee in the water because it might drift down to me.
All right, cool. That sounds good. I'll make sure to pee extra if that's possible. I'll figure out where the tides go.
Oh man. Are you going to be gone for a while or just today?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna come back on Thursday, but
Okay.
But I'm taking the laptop. We're gonna see if I can trade from Splash Mountain or wherever we're gonna go.
Well, if you have life guarding duties, take care of that first and foremost.
Oh yeah. We'll be good. Willow might make some appearances on the show though, so everybody
right.
be prepared for a pop in.
A cameo.
I mean, there's a door between us right now, and I'm barely controlling this as it is. So, who knows what's going to happen in a hotel room? We're all in it. We're all in it together.
Oh, I miss those days. You're going to have a lot of fun.
Yep, it's going to be great.
Yeah. So, well, anyway, great job today. Thanks for being with us. Greatly appreciate it.
Well, how's the contest going? Are you in this thing too today?
I'm not in it, but
okay.
I can give you an update actually.
Yeah, who's in? Who's trading from our team?
I'm going to trade Tanja.
Okay, just Tanja. Okay.
That I know of. Hang on, let me share my screen real fast, and I could pop up. I could show some stats. Let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it.
So there we go. So Dan is in first place, $1,116.60. TYO second. Andrew Trades is in third place with the bronze medal so far, and then DNG closely on Andrew's heels, followed by NinjaTrader. I'm sure I said that wrong. I apologize. And then Tanja is just waiting to pounce at number 401.
Yep. So she's going to get that nice pullback to 355 and just smash it. That's the plan.
Yeah, and the reason I like this kind of challenge better than some of the Wild Wild West ones is it's more realistic, right? You could do 3 even micro ESs and then 3 micro NASI. So it's kind of a more, it's $1,000 SIM account. So it's more representative of the real world.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Kind of thing. One of the early challenges, in 10 minutes, the number one guy had like $56,000. We're like, oh no.
Right. Yeah.
So, and he was probably YOLOing,
That's pretty great for Dan to be up 1,100 clams with those limitations.
Yeah.
That's excellent work.
Yeah. So we'll I think this goes throughout the whole day. So we'll keep updating it, and when I come back with Shy for Hot Commodities, we'll do another update on the Tanja Trades live trading challenge.
Cool. Sounds good.
All right, man. We'll have fun at the beach. I'm going to just wrap up with a quick edge report right now. And it's great talking to you as usual, my friend.
Yeah. Good to see you, my friend. I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks, chat. Be safe.
All right. Hit that thumbs up button for my main man, Stowe. Let's do it, man. Hit it, and hit it again. Tell your friends, neighbors, and subscribe to the channel. I mean, it doesn't cost anything. You hit the subscribe button. And I'm talking to people that aren't already in the chat, because if you're in the chat, you've already subscribed. That's one of the benefits. You get to be in the chat. And chat's a lot of fun. Everybody in the chat's super cool and is helpful to each other, right? That's the main thing about this community, which makes it so great. We're all helpful to each other. So I thank you for that. And if you want, just boom, hit that subscribe button. You're good to go. All right, quick. This is important. Let's talk about gold really quickly here. This is a daily candle chart, and gold obviously is up on the day, as kind of emphasized by this huge green candle, specifically up 1.62%, or about $54.60. Trading right now at 34.13. So big move up. I have a couple of rectangles here. Longer term area support down here at 32.86-ish, give or take. Long-term area resistance way up here at 34.80, and then this little medium guy here. This middle rectangle right here that starts at around 33.76 and goes up a little bit. Well, we broke through that. It's called a breakout to the upside. So we broke through that area of resistance, and that was a couple of weeks. That wasn't just a day or two. So the other thing that's kind of interesting to note about this rally that we're having, there's no wick at the bottom of this candle, and there's really a tiny wick at the top of this candle. Buyers are in charge right now. There's no retracement today. And if you kind of look, if we were to close here as an example, and you just kind of glance across the screen, this would be the fourth highest close, period. Now, we continue on. We could keep breaking records and milestones. And here's the highest close right here. And this is on the 13th of June, and that was 34.51. Yeah, we had a red candle above it, but we closed way down lower. So my eyes here, it's looking super bullish. We're looking to drive up toward new highs right now in gold. The US dollar is, again, weak across all the major currency pairs, so this is also giving us a little bit of extra lift in the gold market. Stochastics are still not even over 80 yet, so there's a lot of room for growth here, and this is, again, my opinion and my bias is bullish right now. The other thing I wanted to talk about before we looked at it intraday on this chart is the micro gold contract. Now it's a really nice contract to trade. You know, if you want to participate in gold and you haven't done it yet, or maybe your account size is like mine, you know, a little smaller. This is a good market to look at. It's 10 troy ounces. In the overnight margin right now at the CME is about 1,500 if you wanted to position trade and hold something overnight. And I'm sure you could find day trade margins for a lot less. And it's instead of a $10 tick, it's a dollar tick, right? It's 1/10 the size smaller than the big contract. The big contract's a $10 tick. This is a $1 tick. So keep that in mind too. It's a really nice tradable instrument. At the CME group, I'm a super fan of it, whether you're doing the big one or the micro one. Intraday, real quick, we'll just take a look at some JAX levels here. And, you know, we're at the top of the day. There's no retracement, as already mentioned. We hit R3, which is unique. We often don't hit that R3 pivot level. And the point of control is pretty nice up here at 34.11. So it looks right now anyway, we're above that $34,400 level as well. And there's really just a lot of empty space up here, empty sky. And so I'm tracking these bands, right? These are the standard deviation bands, the first and second upper standard deviation band around the session VWAP, and we're right in the middle of it. At the same time, we're kind of going sideways over the last several 15-minute bars as well. Will there be a retracement? Very possibly. But again, I'm going to go back later on and look at that edgeful.com stat to see what the probability of a double break of the initial balance. The bottom of the initial balance is at 33.92. The top is approximately, and I'm rounding these numbers off, guys, 34.13. So I'll go back to Edgeful and do that. I know we're in overtime here. Real quickly, though, and hopefully I'm going to talk about this with Shai on hot commodities. We have Ether. Futures just ripping higher right now. Ever since the low back here on June 23rd, we're up 76.5%. These cryptocurrencies are not going away. We have three great futures markets. 166,000 have already traded in this market. And then I'm using some extensions to try to come up with targets. And I have a target here at 40.12 on the upside for this market. This is parabolic. And again, I'm not interested in hitting the sell button here. In any event, that is your midday edge report. I want to remind everybody we are going to be back live at 2:30 East Coast time. We are going to do hot commodities report, me and Shai. Looking forward to that. It's my favorite time of the day. And then Orderful Labs guys, and I'm going to tell you who exactly, are going to be back trading the close. Nick for a tick and Leo are going to be with us. And by the way, Nick does this Sunday show. Don't forget, Sunday, trade plan for the week, what's coming up on the week. Watch the Globex Open. That's Sunday at 5:45 East Coast time. He went for an hour, actually, I think, yesterday. I was in the car driving home from Mom Cags' house, listening to it on my cell phone. He was fantastic. So don't forget about that show. But he'll be back. Nick Furtick, Leo, back today, right after me and Shy at 2:30. Hope to see you guys then. Thanks for coming.